The Anchorites' tomb, living burial in the name of God. Imagine being walled alive in a stone cell with only a small window to receive communion bread. No escape, no human contact, just you, four walls, and an eternity of supposed spiritual enlightenment. This wasn't punishment, this was devotion. In medieval Europe, between the 12th and 16th centuries, thousands of devout Christians chose a path that modern society would consider psychological torture: Anchorism. These spiritual recluses, known as Anchorites, underwent a ritual burial ceremony before being permanently sealed into stone cells attached to churches. The practice emerged from extreme interpretations of Christian monasticism, where complete isolation from worldly temptations was believed to bring one closer to divine truth. Church authorities not only permitted but actively encouraged this form of spiritual imprisonment, viewing Anchorites as living saints whose prayers would benefit the entire community. The medieval mindset regarded physical suffering and deprivation as pathways to spiritual purification, a belief system that justified what we now recognize as severe psychological and physical abuse. Documents from this period reveal that many Anchorites were women seeking escape from arranged marriages, societal pressures, or economic hardship, making their choice as much about survival as spirituality. The Church capitalized on this desperation, transforming human suffering into a spectacle of religious devotion that attracted pilgrims and donations. The bishop would perform the enclosure ceremony, officially declaring the Anchorite dead to the world, while Masons prepared to seal their fate forever. The theological justification for Anchorism came from interpretations of biblical passages about desert hermits and Christ's 40 days of fasting in the wilderness. Church doctrine taught that the flesh was inherently sinful and that extreme physical deprivation could purify the soul, preparing it for direct communion with God. This created a horrifying paradox, where the more an Anchorite suffered, the more holy they were considered to be. The practice spread rapidly across England, France, Germany, and other parts of Europe, with some towns competing to house the most renowned Anchorites as a mark of spiritual prestige. Wealthy patrons would fund the construction of elaborate anchor holds, viewing their support of these living martyrs as a guaranteed path to salvation. The Church developed detailed rules governing Anchorite life, including specific prayers to be recited daily, dietary restrictions that often amounted to starvation, and behavioral codes that prohibited any form of comfort or pleasure. These regulations were enforced by appointed supervisors who would monitor the Anchorites' compliance through the small windows, creating a system of constant surveillance that added psychological pressure to physical deprivation. The Anchorite's cell, called an anchor hold, measured typically 12 feet by 6 feet, smaller than most modern prison cells. 3 windows provided the Anchorites' only connection to the outside world. One faced the church altar for observing Mass, another open to the outside for receiving food and disposing of waste, and a third allowed consultation with visitors seeking spiritual guidance. The ritual of enclosure was deliberately designed to mirror death and burial, creating maximum psychological trauma from the very beginning. The prospective Anchorite would lie in a coffin during a funeral service, with dirt thrown over them while the office of the dead was recited by mourning clergy and congregation members. This macabre ceremony was intended to symbolize their death to the worldly life, but modern psychology recognizes it as a calculated method of inducing learned helplessness and dissociative states. After the mock funeral, they would be led to their cell, and experienced Masons would immediately begin bricking up the entrance, working methodically while the soon-to-be imprisoned person watched their final moments of freedom disappear stone by stone. The sound of mortar being applied and stones being set in place became the last worldly sounds many anchorites would hear, creating an auditory memory that would haunt them throughout their confinement. Once sealed, the anchorite could never leave under any circumstances, even in cases of medical emergency, fire, or structural collapse. They wore hair shirts made from coarse animal hair that constantly irritated the skin, causing chronic inflammation, open sores, and infections that were viewed as signs of spiritual dedication rather than medical problems requiring treatment. The practice of severe fasting was not optional, but mandatory, with many anchorites receiving only bread and water for months at a time, leading to malnutrition, scurvy, anemia, and eventual organ failure. Self-flagellation using leather whips with metal tips, sharp stones, or crude metal implements was performed daily as a form of spiritual discipline, creating permanent scarring, nerve damage, and increased risk of infection. The cell contained minimal furnishings designed to maximize discomfort. A hard wooden bed, without mattress or blankets, forcing the anchorite to sleep on bare planks regardless of weather conditions. A prayer desk positioned to face the altar window for constant religious observation, and basic necessities for survival, including a wooden bowl, water pitcher, and chamber pot. Sanitation was deliberately primitive and degrading, with waste disposed of through the window at designated times or into a chamber pot that others emptied irregularly, often leaving it full for days during busy periods, creating constant odors, pest infestations, and serious health hazards. The psychological torture was systematic and calculated to break down mental resistance, complete sensory deprivation except for religious sounds, total social isolation except for brief conversations through windows, and the constant awareness that escape was physically impossible, creating a unique form of claustrophobic despair. Temperature control was non-existent, leaving anchorites to endure freezing winters and sweltering summers without adequate clothing or ventilation, while the small windows provided minimal light, forcing them to live in perpetual twilight that disrupted natural circadian rhythms and contributed to depression and disorientation. Julian of Norwich, perhaps the most famous anchorite, spent over 40 years in her cell, beginning in 1373, producing mystical writings that the Church celebrated as divine revelations. However, modern psychological analysis of her texts reveals symptoms consistent with severe depression, anxiety, and dissociative disorders caused by prolonged isolation. Her revelations of divine love describes terrifying visions of devils and demons attacking her, Christ appearing covered in blood and wounds, and experiencing what she called the greatest pain that ever I felt during mystical episodes. Contemporary psychology recognizes these as hallucinations resulting from sensory deprivation, chronic malnutrition, and the constant stress of captivity. Historical records from her contemporaries describe Julian screaming uncontrollably during the night, speaking to invisible entities in languages no one recognized, and exhibiting signs of what we now understand as complex trauma responses, including dissociation, hypervigilance, and emotional numbing. Local church documents reveal that her screams were so disturbing that nearby residents complained to religious authorities. But rather than investigating potential mental health issues, the Church promoted these episodes as evidence of her direct communication with divine entities. Christine Carpenter, enclosed in 1329 in Shire, England, became a tragic example of how Anchorism destroyed mental health while being celebrated as spiritual achievement. Visitors reported that she would bang her head against stone walls until bleeding, scratch at the mortar with her fingernails until they were torn and infected, and beg visitors to tell them to let me out, despite having voluntarily chosen enclosure just months earlier. Her behavior became increasingly erratic over the years. She would refuse food for weeks at a time, then consume everything available in a single day. She spoke constantly to invisible companions, having full conversations with empty air. And she developed elaborate delusions about being visited by angels and demons who gave her conflicting instructions. Rather than recognizing these as obvious signs of psychological breakdown, local church authorities promoted her as a living saint whose sufferings brought divine favor to the community, encouraging more visitors and donations. Archaeological excavations of her former cell, conducted in the 1960s, revealed scratch marks carved deep into the stone walls, some extending several inches into the mortar, suggesting desperate and sustained attempts to escape. Evidence was also found of repeated attempts to dig through the floor using improvised tools, indicating that her desire to escape had driven her to attempt the impossible task of tunneling through solid stone foundation. Perhaps most disturbing are the documented cases of Anchorites who died from self-inflicted injuries, starvation, or exposure, their bodies sometimes not discovered for weeks due to the isolated nature of their cells and the assumption that their silence indicated deep prayer rather than death. Agnes of Thetford, enclosed in 1401, was found dead in her cell 3 weeks after her last recorded communication, her body showing signs of severe malnutrition and what forensic analysis later revealed to be intentional poisoning using toxic plants she had somehow acquired. The discovery of her body was delayed because supervisors assumed her lack of response indicated a period of intensive spiritual contemplation. A tragic example of how the system's assumptions prevented recognition of medical emergencies. Today's closest equivalent to medieval Anchorism exists in various forms of spiritual and psychological abuse within religious communities and state institutions. Modern cult leaders employ identical isolation techniques to control followers, using prolonged confinement, sensory deprivation, and spiritual manipulation to break down psychological resistance and create dependency. The Church of Scientology's Rehabilitation Project Force subjects members who question doctrine to months of isolation in confined spaces, forced labor on minimal nutrition, and constant surveillance under the guise of spiritual purification and rehabilitation. Fundamentalist religious groups practice institutional shunning and excommunication that results in complete social isolation for former members, often lasting years or decades. Contemporary psychology recognizes that prolonged social isolation causes permanent neurological damage, including reduced brain volume in areas responsible for memory and emotional regulation, impaired cognitive function, decreased immune system response, and significantly increased risk of early-onset dementia. Solitary confinement in modern maximum security prisons, though used for security rather than spirituality, produces identical psychological symptoms to those experienced by medieval Anchorites. Recent studies demonstrate that just 15 days of isolation can cause lasting psychological damage, while prolonged isolation beyond 30 days is increasingly recognized as torture by international human rights organizations. The crucial difference is that modern isolated prisoners typically retain hope of eventual release, while Anchorites face the unique psychological horror of lifetime imprisonment voluntarily undertaken in the name of faith, making their situation arguably more psychologically devastating than involuntary confinement. The psychological devastation of Anchorism created a self-perpetuating cycle of religious mania that medieval church authorities systematically mistook for spiritual achievement and divine favor. Prolonged isolation triggers severe mental health conditions, including learned helplessness, where victims lose the ability to recognize escape opportunities even when they exist, agoraphobia that makes normal social interaction impossible, and complex post-traumatic stress disorder characterized by flashbacks, hypervigilance, and emotional numbing. The Anchorites who survived their ordeal often displayed symptoms modern psychology recognizes as institutional syndrome. The complete inability to function outside highly controlled environments, making reintegration into normal society impossible even if release were permitted. Their supposed mystical visions and divine communications were almost certainly hallucinations caused by chronic sensory deprivation, severe malnutrition, and the constant stress of captivity. Yet these symptoms were celebrated and recorded as proof of their spiritual advancement. The Anchorites believed they were choosing salvation, but they were actually selecting psychological destruction disguised as divine calling. Their stone tombs remain scattered across Europe today, silent monuments to faith twisted into torture, reminding us that the most dangerous prisons are often the ones we build for ourselves. If this glimpse into medieval spiritual imprisonment has shaken you as much as it should, smash that like button, because sometimes the truth hurts and sometimes it should. Share this with anyone who thinks historical religious practices were somehow more pure or noble than today's world. Subscribe and ring that notification bell, because we're just getting started uncovering the darkest secrets of spiritual devotion gone wrong. And next week's chapter will make Anchorites look like luxury accommodations. The Pillar Saints, sky-high spiritual prisons of self-imposed torture. Imagine spending 37 years standing on top of a stone pillar, barely 6 feet wide, exposed to scorching heat, freezing cold, and violent storms, never coming down even once. Not for food, not for shelter, not even to use the bathroom. This was spiritual perfection in the 5th century, the stylite movement emerging in the Byzantine Empire during the 5th century and continuing for over 1,000 years until the 16th century, represented one of history's most extreme forms of spiritual reclusion, where devout Christians voluntarily imprisoned themselves atop tall stone pillars in pursuit of divine communion through systematic self-torture. The practice began with Simeon Stylites the Elder around 423 CE, who climbed onto a pillar near Aleppo, Syria, and remained there for 37 years until his death, inspiring thousands of imitators across the Byzantine world who saw his aerial isolation as the ultimate expression of Christian devotion. Unlike other forms of monastic withdrawal that offered some physical comfort and community support, stylite reclusion involved complete exposure to the elements, minimal food and water, and the constant physical torture of standing or sitting on platforms barely large enough to accommodate a human body. The theological justification for this extreme practice came from interpretations of biblical passages about prophets dwelling in high places and Christ's temptation in the wilderness, combined with the belief that physical elevation brought one literally closer to heaven, while the associated suffering purified the soul for divine contact. Church authorities initially viewed stylites with suspicion, but eventually embraced them as living saints whose prayers and suffering could benefit entire regions, leading to the systematic construction of pillar complexes that became major pilgrimage destinations, attracting thousands of visitors seeking blessings and miraculous cures. The practice spread throughout the Byzantine Empire, with documented stylite communities in Syria, Palestine, Egypt, Asia Minor, and even reaching into the Balkans and Russia, creating an international network of aerial hermits who communicated with each other through letters and shared theological innovations about the spiritual benefits of elevated isolation. Perhaps most tragically, the stylite movement attracted individuals fleeing from trauma, mental illness, or social persecution who saw extreme spiritual reclusion as their only path to meaning and acceptance, transforming what should have been psychological treatment into celebrated religious spectacle. The economic aspects of stylitism were substantial. with wealthy patrons funding the construction of elaborate pillar complexes, permanent caretaker communities, and infrastructure to support long-term aerial isolation, while the stylites themselves became sources of revenue through pilgrimage tourism and donations from visitors seeking spiritual intervention. The practice evolved over centuries to include increasingly elaborate forms of aerial confinement, including enclosed platforms that functioned as sky-high prison cells, pulley systems for raising food and removing waste, and complex architectural structures that turned individual spiritual reclusion into permanent religious institutions. The decline of stylitism coincided with changing theological emphasis and the rise of different forms of monasticism. But individual practitioners continued the tradition well into the medieval period, with the last documented stylite dying in the 16th century after decades of aerial imprisonment. The psychological and physical toll of stylite reclusion was extraordinary. Yet church authorities interpreted the obvious mental breakdown and physical deterioration of practitioners as evidence of their spiritual advancement, creating a system where systematic self-destruction was celebrated as divine achievement. Stylite reclusion involved a carefully orchestrated system of self-imposed torture that combined extreme physical hardship with complete social isolation, designed to break down normal human psychological and physical functioning in pursuit of mystical religious experience. The typical stylite pillar measured between 6 and 20 feet in height, with platforms averaging only 6 feet square, barely enough space for a human body to lie down, creating an environment of perpetual claustrophobia and physical constraint that made normal movement impossible. The platforms were deliberately constructed without railings or protective barriers, meaning that any movement during sleep or periods of weakness could result in fatal falls, creating constant psychological terror about accidental death that kept stylites in permanent states of hypervigilance and exhaustion. Exposure to the elements was total and intentional. Stylites endured scorching summer heat that could reach over 120 degrees Fahrenheit, freezing winter temperatures that regularly dropped below zero, violent storms with winds that threatened to blow them from their platforms, and seasonal rains that soaked them for days while they remained unable to seek shelter. The dietary regimen was systematically designed to maintain life while maximizing physical suffering. Most stylites consumed only bread and water, delivered by rope and pulley systems operated by ground-based assistants, with many restricting intake to levels that induced chronic malnutrition, vitamin deficiency, and gradual organ failure that were interpreted as signs of spiritual purification. Sleep deprivation was both enforced and voluntary, as the tiny platform size and lack of safety barriers made normal sleep impossible. While many stylites deliberately stayed awake for days or weeks at a time, believing that consciousness was necessary for continuous prayer and divine communication. Personal hygiene was eliminated entirely, with stylites going years or even decades without bathing, changing clothes or basic grooming, leading to skin diseases, parasite infestations, and infections that created constant physical discomfort while producing odors so severe that visitors often couldn't approach the pillar base. Waste elimination occurred through crude holes cut in the platform or simply over the sides, creating unsanitary conditions that attracted insects and disease while adding psychological humiliation to physical suffering. The psychological torture was systematic and cumulative, complete isolation from human touch and normal social interaction, constant awareness of being observed by crowds below who treated them as spectacles rather than people, inability to control their environment or escape from their self-imposed prison, and the gradual realization that dissent would mean spiritual failure and social disgrace. Many stylites developed elaborate systems of self-flagellation, wearing chains that cut into their flesh, binding their bodies with ropes that restricted circulation, or using sharp implements to inflict additional wounds as expressions of spiritual devotion. The most extreme practitioners engaged in competitive suffering, trying to outdo other stylites through increasingly severe forms of self-torture, including standing on one foot for months, holding their arms raised until they became permanently paralyzed, or wearing metal implements that caused continuous pain and injury. Perhaps most disturbing was the systematic progression of physical and mental deterioration that stylites experienced. Hallucinations caused by malnutrition and exposure, gradual loss of basic motor functions, development of severe skin conditions and infections, and eventual psychological breakdown that manifested as religious mania, paranoid delusions, and complete disconnection from reality. Simeon Stylites the Elder, who established the practice around 423 CE, spent his final 37 years standing on progressively higher pillars near Aleppo, with detailed contemporary accounts describing his systematic physical deterioration and psychological transformation during decades of aerial imprisonment. Bishop Theodore of Cyrrhus, who personally knew Simeon, recorded that his legs became so swollen and infected from constant standing that worms fell from his wounds onto the ground below. Yet Simeon would collect the fallen worms and replace them in his wounds while saying, "Eat what God has given you." Nadi, the bishop's accounts describe Simeon's gradual loss of normal human speech patterns, with his communications becoming increasingly incomprehensible except when delivering religious pronouncements to crowds below, suggesting severe cognitive deterioration masked as mystical experience. Archaeological excavations of Simeon's pillar site have revealed evidence of the sophisticated infrastructure required to maintain aerial hermits: pulley systems for delivering food, drainage systems for waste removal, and foundations for permanent caretaker buildings that functioned as support systems for systematic self-destruction. Daniel the Stylite, who succeeded Simeon as the most famous pillar saint, spent 33 years on a pillar near Constantinople beginning in 460 CE, with court historians recording his gradual transformation from articulate theologian to barely coherent mystic, whose public appearances became increasingly bizarre and detached from reality. Contemporary accounts describe Daniel standing motionless for such extended periods that birds would nest in his hair and clothing, while his feet became so infected and deteriorated that he could no longer support his own weight, requiring the construction of special supports that essentially turned his pillar into an aerial medical apparatus. The most tragic case documented in early Christian literature involves an unnamed stylite from Syria who climbed onto his pillar as a young man in his 20s but lived there for over 40 years, with visitors from different decades describing his transformation from healthy adult to barely recognizable human skeleton, whose mental faculties had deteriorated to the point where he could only repeat simple prayers and respond to basic commands. Alypius the Stylite, who practiced aerial reclusion in Paphlagonia during the 7th century, became notorious for his extreme competitive suffering, wearing heavy iron chains that gradually embedded into his flesh over decades of constant wear, while binding his arms in positions that caused permanent paralysis and deformity that he displayed to visitors as evidence of his spiritual advancement. Female stylites, though less common, suffered additional gender-specific torments, including exposure during menstruation, pregnancy complications that occurred on platforms without medical assistance, and sexual vulnerability from male visitors who viewed their isolation as opportunity for exploitation rather than spiritual respect. Saint Martha the Stylite spent 18 years on a pillar in Syria during the 6th century, with accounts describing how she gave birth while standing on her platform and raised the child in aerial isolation until its death from exposure and malnutrition at age 4, after which she continued her practice with what contemporary sources describe as complete emotional breakdown, masked as mystical rapture. Archaeological evidence from former stylite sites across the Byzantine world reveals the scale of this practice. Foundations for hundreds of pillars, extensive infrastructure for supporting aerial hermits, and mass graves containing remains that show evidence of extreme malnutrition, untreated injuries, and skeletal deformities consistent with decades of standing in confined spaces. Contemporary society witnesses disturbing parallels to historical stylite practices in various forms of extreme isolation, self-imposed confinement, and systematic self-torture disguised as spiritual advancement or personal development. Modern extreme meditation retreats sometimes involve prolonged isolation in small spaces, extended periods of motionlessness that can cause circulation problems and muscle atrophy, systematic food restriction that borders on starvation, and sleep deprivation techniques that can trigger hallucinations and psychological breakdown that participants interpret as spiritual breakthrough rather than medical emergency. Certain contemporary religious sects practice forms of spiritual isolation that echo stylite methods, standing or sitting meditation for days or weeks without movement, exposure to extreme temperatures as spiritual discipline, deliberate malnutrition framed as purification, and social isolation that can last for months or years while being celebrated as spiritual advancement. The phenomenon of tower hermits or urban stylites exists in modern cities, where individuals isolate themselves in small apartments or rooftops for extended periods, often motivated by spiritual beliefs, mental illness, or social withdrawal, with some cases documented of people spending years in spaces barely larger than stylite platforms while surviving on minimal food and water. Social media has created new forms of competitive suffering where individuals document extreme isolation, fasting, or self-deprivation challenges while receiving validation and encouragement from online communities that function similarly to the crowds that gathered around historical stylite pillars. Modern survival challenges and extreme minimalism movements sometimes cross into stylite territory when participants voluntarily subject themselves to prolonged discomfort, social isolation, and basic needs deprivation, while framing these experiences as personal growth, spiritual development, or lifestyle optimization, rather than recognizing them as systematic self-harm. Mental health institutions have documented cases of individuals with religious delusions who attempt to recreate stylite practices by confining themselves to small spaces, refusing food and medical care, and engaging in self-harm behaviors while believing their suffering serves divine purposes or will result in spiritual transformation. The contemporary digital detox and extreme minimalism movements occasionally exhibit stylite characteristics when participants voluntarily isolate themselves from normal social contact, deliberately deprive themselves of basic comforts, and interpret the resulting psychological distress as beneficial personal transformation rather than recognizing it as unnecessary suffering. Even mainstream religious practices sometimes echo stylite methods when they encourage extended isolation retreats, systematic discomfort as spiritual discipline, or the idea that suffering and deprivation are inherently spiritually beneficial rather than potential sources of psychological and physical harm. Prison systems and psychiatric facilities have documented self-imposed isolation behaviors among inmates and patients who create stylite-like conditions in their cells, refusing human contact, minimal food intake, and engaging in repetitive behaviors while believing their suffering has cosmic significance or will result in spiritual breakthrough. The stylite practice created profound and lasting psychological damage that extended far beyond individual practitioners to influence Byzantine religious culture and establish dangerous precedents about the relationship between suffering, isolation, and spiritual achievement that continue to affect religious practice today. Practitioners of stylite reclusion suffered from complex psychological deterioration that combined the effects of social isolation, chronic pain, malnutrition, and exposure, resulting in severe cognitive impairment, hallucinatory experiences that were interpreted as divine visions, complete loss of normal social functioning, and psychological dependence on their aerial prison that made the prospect of descent more terrifying than continued suffering. The extended isolation experienced by stylites produced symptoms consistent with modern understanding of solitary confinement trauma, paranoid ideation, auditory and visual hallucinations, severe depression and anxiety, cognitive deterioration, including memory loss and impaired reasoning, and dissociative episodes where practitioners would lose awareness of their physical condition while maintaining the illusion of spiritual progress. Children who witnessed stylite practices or grew up in communities that celebrated aerial hermits developed distorted understanding of healthy spirituality, learned to associate suffering with virtue, and often attempted to imitate stylite behavior through dangerous games and self-harm activities that resulted in injuries and psychological trauma. The normalization of extreme self-isolation and systematic self-torture within religious contexts created cultural acceptance of psychological abuse disguised as spiritual development, making populations more vulnerable to religious manipulation and less likely to recognize mental health crises as medical rather than spiritual issues. Perhaps most insidiously, the stylite tradition established the psychological framework for viewing isolation and suffering as spiritually beneficial rather than harmful, creating religious cultures that discourage seeking help for psychological distress while promoting self-destructive behaviors as expressions of faith and devotion. The competitive aspects of stylite practice created additional psychological damage, as practitioners felt pressure to demonstrate superior spiritual advancement through increasingly extreme self-torture, leading to escalating cycles of self-harm that could continue until death, while being celebrated as spiritual achievement rather than recognized as psychological crisis. Modern survivors of extreme religious isolation often exhibit psychological patterns directly traceable to stylite influences, including chronic anxiety about engaging with normal social activities, compulsive behaviors designed to recreate isolation and discomfort, and difficulty forming healthy relationships with their own physical and emotional needs. The stylite saints believed that climbing toward heaven required destroying their humanity through systematic aerial torture, proving that spiritual reclusion can transform devotion into decades of self-imposed punishment that benefits no one except the spectators who profit from watching others destroy themselves. These weren't holy men achieving enlightenment. They were trauma victims whose psychological breakdown was celebrated as divine achievement, creating a template for spiritual abuse that echoes through history. If this exploration of sky-high spiritual prisons has made you realize how easily isolation and suffering can be disguised as spiritual advancement, slam that like button and tell us in the comments what shocked you most about the stylite practice of aerial self-torture. Share this video with anyone who needs to understand how spiritual reclusion can become systematic self-destruction. And don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification bell, because next week we're descending into the underground world of cave hermits, where spiritual seekers buried themselves alive in pursuit of divine connection while slowly going insane in the darkness. The cave dwellers, buried alive in pursuit of divine darkness, picture voluntarily crawling into a pitch-black cave barely large enough for your body, sealing yourself inside with rocks. and spending the next 30 years in complete darkness, believing that burying yourself alive would bring you closer to God. Welcome to the world of cave hermits. The tradition of cave hermitage, spanning from the 3rd century Desert Fathers through medieval European monasticism and continuing into modern times, represents one of humanity's most extreme forms of spiritual reclusion, where devout believers voluntarily entomb themselves in underground chambers, natural caves, and artificial grottos in pursuit of divine communion through systematic sensory deprivation and social death. This practice emerged from interpretations of biblical accounts of prophets dwelling in caves and Christ's tomb resurrection, combined with the belief that underground isolation mimicked death and burial, allowing practitioners to experience spiritual rebirth while still living. Unlike surface-based hermitage that maintained some connection to the natural world, cave reclusion involved complete severance from normal human sensory experience, total darkness that eliminated visual stimulation, constant dampness and cold that created chronic health problems, limited air circulation that reduced oxygen levels and cognitive function, and acoustic isolation that could drive practitioners to madness through absolute silence or constant dripping sounds. The practice spread from Egyptian desert caves to European mountainous regions, with documented cave hermit communities in France, Italy, Spain, England, Ireland, and Eastern Europe, creating an international network of underground spiritual recluses who often went decades without seeing sunlight or breathing fresh air. Church authorities initially supported cave hermitage as an extreme form of asceticism that demonstrated ultimate dedication to spiritual over physical concerns, but many practitioners developed severe mental illness, physical deterioration, and religious mania that challenged official theological interpretations about the relationship between suffering and holiness. The economic and social infrastructure surrounding cave hermitage was substantial, with wealthy patrons funding the excavation and modification of natural caves, construction of artificial underground chambers, and long-term support systems for hermits who had voluntarily removed themselves from productive society. Perhaps most disturbing was how cave reclusion attracted individuals fleeing from trauma, mental illness, legal problems, or social ostracism, who saw underground burial as preferable to confronting their surface world difficulties, transforming what should have been psychological treatment into celebrated religious practice. The practice evolved over centuries to include increasingly elaborate forms of underground confinement, including sealed chambers that functioned as living tombs, complex cave systems that allowed movement between different underground spaces, and hybrid arrangements that combined cave dwelling with other extreme ascetic practices like perpetual fasting or self-flagellation. The psychological toll of extended cave habitation was extraordinary. Practitioners regularly developed severe vitamin D deficiency, respiratory problems from poor air quality, skin diseases from constant dampness, and neurological damage from limited oxygen exposure. Yet these obvious signs of physical deterioration were interpreted as evidence of spiritual advancement rather than medical emergency. The decline of organized cave hermitage coincided with improved understanding of mental health and changing theological emphasis, but individual practitioners continued choosing underground spiritual reclusion well into the modern period, with documented cases of cave hermits in the 20th and 21st centuries who maintained the tradition of voluntary entombment as spiritual practice. The gender dynamics of cave hermitage were complex, with both male and female practitioners, though women faced additional dangers, including sexual assault from male visitors, pregnancy complications in underground environments without medical assistance, and social isolation that left them vulnerable to exploitation by religious authorities who controlled their access to food and basic necessities. Cave hermitage involved a systematically orchestrated descent into environmental conditions specifically designed to break down normal human psychological and physical functioning through prolonged exposure to darkness, isolation, and degraded living conditions that would be considered torture in any other context. The typical hermit cave measured between 6 and 12 feet in length and 4 to 8 feet in width, barely large enough for a human body to lie down, with ceiling heights often so low that standing upright was impossible, creating an environment of perpetual physical confinement that made normal movement and posture impossible for years or decades. Complete darkness was the defining characteristic of cave hermitage, with practitioners deliberately avoiding any form of artificial light for months or years at a time, leading to rapid onset of vitamin D deficiency, disruption of circadian rhythms, gradual loss of visual acuity, and the development of hypersensitivity to light that made eventual emergence from caves extraordinarily painful and disorienting. The psychological effects of total darkness included rapid onset of hallucinatory experiences that practitioners interpreted as divine visions, complete loss of time orientation that made days and years blend together in endless cycles, development of paranoid ideation and auditory hallucinations, and gradual dissolution of normal thought patterns that could result in permanent cognitive impairment. Temperature regulation was impossible in most cave environments, with constant dampness creating conditions that promoted respiratory infections, skin diseases, arthritis, and other chronic health problems that practitioners endured without medical treatment while interpreting their suffering as spiritual purification. Air quality in sealed or poorly ventilated caves was often dangerously compromised, with reduced oxygen levels causing cognitive impairment, headaches, fatigue, and eventual brain damage, while high carbon dioxide concentrations could trigger panic attacks, confusion, and respiratory distress that hermits interpreted as spiritual testing rather than medical emergency. Nutrition in cave environments was deliberately minimal and often consisted entirely of bread and water delivered by outside supporters, leading to severe malnutrition, scurvy, anemia, and organ failure that progressed slowly over years while being celebrated as evidence of spiritual advancement rather than recognized as preventable medical conditions. Sanitation was primitive or non-existent, with waste accumulated in corners of caves or disposed of through crude drainage systems, creating conditions that promoted disease transmission, parasite infestation, and infections that could prove fatal without medical intervention. Sleep patterns became severely disrupted due to constant darkness and lack of normal environmental cues, leading to chronic insomnia, depression, anxiety, and cognitive dysfunction that compounded the psychological effects of isolation and sensory deprivation. Personal hygiene was abandoned entirely, with cave hermits going months or years without bathing, changing clothes, or basic grooming, leading to skin diseases, dental problems, and infections that created constant physical discomfort while producing odors so severe that visitors often couldn't remain in caves for extended periods. The most extreme cave hermits engaged in additional forms of self-torture, including wearing rough chains or hair shirts that caused constant skin irritation and infection, sleeping on sharp rocks or thorns that created pressure sores and wounds, and practicing self-flagellation in the confined space of their caves where blood and bodily fluids accumulated without proper cleaning. Perhaps most psychologically devastating was the systematic elimination of human contact and communication, with some cave hermits maintaining complete silence for years at a time, leading to loss of language skills, severe social anxiety, and complete inability to function in normal human relationships, even if they eventually emerged from their underground prisons. St. Anthony of Egypt, considered the father of Christian monasticism, spent over 20 years in a sealed tomb in the Egyptian desert beginning around 285 CE, with contemporary accounts by St. Athanasius describing his gradual transformation from articulate theologian to barely coherent mystic, whose emergence from the tomb revealed severe physical deterioration and psychological changes that included persistent hallucinations, inability to tolerate normal social interaction, and speech patterns that had become so altered by isolation that followers required interpretation to understand his communications. Archaeological investigations of Anthony's traditional cave site have revealed evidence of long-term habitation, including primitive waste disposal systems, areas where prolonged human presence created permanent changes to cave geology, and artifacts suggesting that his isolation was supported by a complex network of followers who provided food and basic necessities while maintaining his complete separation from normal human contact. The Irish cave hermits of the 6th through 12th centuries created some of the most extreme examples of underground spiritual reclusion, with documented cases of hermits who sealed themselves into natural caves along the Atlantic coast and remained there for decades until their deaths, including St. Kevin of Glendalough, who reportedly spent 7 years in a cave so small that he couldn't fully extend his body, emerging only when followers discovered him in a state of severe malnutrition and mental disorientation. St. Romuald, founder of the Camaldolese order, spent 3 years in a cave near Ravenna during the early 11th century. With his own writings describing the progressive deterioration of his mental state, including persistent auditory hallucinations of demonic voices, complete loss of time awareness, and periods of catatonic unresponsiveness that lasted for days while he remained conscious but unable to move or speak. The most tragic documented case involves an unnamed hermit discovered in a cave in the Pyrenees in 1147, who had apparently been underground for over 15 years based on physical evidence at the site, and was found in a state of severe physical deterioration, including blindness, malnutrition, and what contemporary accounts describe as complete loss of human speech and recognition, suggesting total psychological breakdown from prolonged isolation. Female cave hermits faced additional horrors, including Saint Syncletica of Alexandria, who spent 30 years in an underground tomb and emerged with what historical accounts describe as complete loss of recognizable human appearance due to malnutrition and disease, while maintaining that her physical destruction was evidence of spiritual achievement rather than medical catastrophe. The cave of St. Benedict near Subiaco contains physical evidence of his 3-year underground retreat, including scratch marks on walls made by fingernails, indicating periods of psychological distress, areas where prolonged human presence caused permanent staining of cave surfaces, and primitive modifications to improve livability that suggest the practice was far more physically challenging than religious accounts typically acknowledge. Modern archaeological investigations of former hermit caves across Europe have revealed disturbing evidence of the physical reality of cave reclusion. Human remains showing severe malnutrition and untreated injuries, cave modifications that created increasingly prison-like conditions, accumulated waste deposits that created serious health hazards, and artifacts including chains and self-torture devices that demonstrate the extreme nature of cave-based spiritual practices. Perhaps most disturbing are documented cases of cave hermits who died in their underground retreats and weren't discovered for months or years, with some cases showing evidence that hermits attempted to dig their way out of sealed caves using improvised tools, suggesting that some practitioners came to regret their decision to enter permanent underground reclusion, but found themselves trapped by their own spiritual commitments and the physical reality of their situation. Contemporary society continues to witness disturbing parallels to historical cave hermitage in various forms of extreme isolation, underground living, and systematic self-deprivation that exploit human psychological vulnerabilities while being framed as spiritual advancement, personal development, or lifestyle choices. Modern extreme survival enthusiasts and primitive living advocates sometimes engage in extended cave dwelling that echoes historical hermit practices, including months-long isolation in underground environments, deliberate elimination of modern conveniences and comfort, systematic exposure to harsh environmental conditions, and the interpretation of resulting physical and psychological distress as character building or spiritual experience rather than unnecessary suffering. Certain contemporary religious and spiritual movements promote underground meditation retreats, cave-based spiritual practices, and extended isolation in natural underground environments as paths to enlightenment, with some programs lasting weeks or months and involving conditions similar to historical cave hermitage, including minimal food, total darkness, and complete social isolation. The phenomenon of urban cave dwellers exists in major cities worldwide, where individuals voluntarily choose to live in underground spaces, including abandoned subway tunnels, basement rooms, and constructed underground bunkers, often motivated by spiritual beliefs, social withdrawal, or psychological disorders that drive them to seek isolation and environmental deprivation as alternatives to normal social functioning. Mental health facilities regularly encounter individuals who attempt to recreate cave hermit conditions in their homes or other spaces, including deliberate creation of dark, confined environments, self-imposed isolation that can last for months, systematic self-deprivation of food and social contact, and the interpretation of resulting psychological distress as spiritual experience, rather than recognizing it as mental health crisis requiring professional intervention. The contemporary digital detox and extreme minimalism movements occasionally cross into cave hermit territory, when participants voluntarily eliminate not just technology, but normal environmental comforts, social contact, and basic amenities, while interpreting the resulting psychological and physical discomfort as beneficial personal transformation rather than unnecessary self-harm. Underground shelter communities and preppers sometimes develop cave hermit-like practices when their isolation becomes permanent rather than temporary, with documented cases of individuals who retreat to underground shelters for spiritual or survivalist reasons and remain there for years, while developing the same psychological and physical deterioration seen in historical cave hermits. Even mainstream spiritual retreat centers sometimes employ cave hermit methodologies, including extended periods in dark, confined spaces, systematic sensory deprivation, minimal food and social contact, and the framing of resulting psychological distress as spiritual breakthrough, rather than recognizing potential psychological harm from extreme isolation and environmental deprivation. Social media has paradoxically created new forms of cave hermit behavior where individuals voluntarily isolate themselves from normal social contact while documenting their experience online, creating hybrid forms of isolation that combine physical withdrawal with digital connection, but still involve many of the same psychological risks as traditional cave hermitage. The therapeutic use of caves and underground environments for healing purposes sometimes crosses into dangerous territory when practitioners promote extended isolation, environmental extremes, and systematic discomfort as beneficial, rather than recognizing that therapeutic environments should promote psychological well-being, rather than recreate historical forms of self-torture disguised as spiritual practice. Cave hermitage created profound and lasting psychological damage that fundamentally altered practitioners' cognitive functioning, emotional regulation, and ability to engage with normal human society, while establishing dangerous cultural precedents about the relationship between isolation, suffering, and spiritual achievement that continue to influence contemporary religious and therapeutic practices. The extended sensory deprivation experienced by cave hermits produced severe neurological changes, including permanent alterations to brain structure and function, chronic hallucinatory experiences that persisted even after emergence from caves, complete disruption of normal sleep-wake cycles that could take months or years to restore, and cognitive impairments including memory loss, reduced reasoning ability, and difficulty processing complex information or social cues. The combination of total darkness and social isolation triggered rapid onset of severe depression, anxiety disorders, and paranoid ideation, with many cave hermits developing persistent beliefs about supernatural persecution, demonic attack, or divine communication that represented clear symptoms of psychotic disorders rather than genuine mystical experience. Perhaps most tragically, the extreme nature of cave isolation created psychological dependence on confined, dark environments that made normal social functioning impossible. Cave hermits, who emerged after years underground, often experienced severe agoraphobia, panic attacks in open spaces, debilitating light sensitivity, and complete inability to engage in normal human conversation or relationship. Children who grew up in communities that celebrated cave hermitage developed distorted understanding of healthy spirituality and normal human needs, often attempting to imitate hermit behavior through dangerous isolation games, self-deprivation activities, and the association of suffering and darkness with virtue rather than recognizing these as harmful rather than beneficial. The normalization of extreme environmental deprivation and self-induced suffering within religious contexts created cultural vulnerabilities that made populations more accepting of psychological abuse disguised as spiritual development, while discouraging recognition and treatment of mental health issues that could benefit from professional intervention rather than religious interpretation. Cave hermitage also established psychological templates for viewing isolation and environmental extremes as spiritually beneficial rather than harmful, creating religious cultures that promoted withdrawal from normal human society and basic comfort as expressions of spiritual advancement rather than recognizing them as potentially dangerous forms of self-harm. Modern survivors of extreme isolation experiences often exhibit psychological patterns directly traceable to cave hermit influences, including chronic claustrophobia or conversely agoraphobia, persistent anxiety about normal environmental conditions, difficulty maintaining normal social relationships, and compulsive behaviors designed to recreate isolation and discomfort as coping mechanisms for stress or emotional distress. The cave hermits believed that burying themselves alive in darkness would illuminate their souls, but they actually discovered that systematic sensory deprivation and environmental torture can destroy human psychology while being celebrated as spiritual achievement by those who profit from observing others' self-destruction. These weren't enlightened masters finding truth in darkness. They were trauma victims whose psychological breakdown was reframed as mystical experience, creating a blueprint for spiritual abuse that continues to influence how we misunderstand the relationship between suffering and growth. If this journey into underground spiritual prisons has made you realize how easily environmental extremes can be disguised as spiritual practice, smash that like button and let us know in the comments what disturbed you most about the cave hermit tradition of voluntary entombment. Share this video with anyone who needs to understand how spiritual reclusion can become systematic self-torture disguised as enlightenment. And don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification bell, because next week we're exploring the horrific world of enclosed religious orders, where spiritual seekers locked themselves away from the world forever and slowly descended into institutional madness while believing they were achieving divine perfection. The walled gardens of God, perpetual clausura, and the prison of divine love. Imagine entering a building at age 16, knowing you will never leave, never see your family again, never feel sunlight on your face outside those walls, and spending the next 60 years slowly losing your mind while believing this imprisonment is the highest form of love possible. Perpetual clausura, the practice of total and permanent enclosure within monastic walls, emerged during the early centuries of Christianity and reached its most extreme expression during the Counter-Reformation period, 1545-1648, when the Catholic Church mandated that all female religious communities adopt complete physical separation from the outside world, creating what amounted to spiritual prisons disguised as holy sanctuaries. This system of religious imprisonment affected hundreds of thousands of women across Europe and colonial territories over more than 1,000 years, with many entering clausura as children and remaining confined until death, never again experiencing normal human contact or connection with the natural world beyond their convent walls. The theological justification for perpetual enclosure drew from interpretations of Christ's bride, mysticism, and the concept of religious women as living virgins whose purity required absolute protection from worldly contamination. But the practical reality was a system that eliminated women's legal rights, economic independence, and basic human freedoms while generating substantial income for the church through dowries, inheritances, and forced donations from enclosed communities. The clausura system was particularly cruel because it specifically targeted young women from wealthy families who brought substantial dowries, often against their will, creating a form of legalized kidnapping where families could permanently dispose of inconvenient daughters while maintaining social respectability through religious justification. Unlike other forms of religious reclusion that individuals chose voluntarily, perpetual clausura was frequently imposed on women by families seeking to avoid marriage costs, eliminate potential inheritance claims, or remove daughters whose independence, intelligence, or unconventional behavior threatened patriarchal family structures. The physical infrastructure of clausura convents was deliberately designed to prevent escape and eliminate contact with the outside world. Walls typically 15 to 20 feet high with no external doors. Windows covered with multiple layers of iron grills that prevented even visual contact with visitors. Speaking areas equipped with thick wooden screens that made normal conversation impossible, and architectural features that created acoustic isolation so complete that sounds from the outside world became psychologically foreign and disturbing. The psychological torture of perpetual clausura was systematic and cumulative. Complete elimination of choice and personal autonomy, total separation from family and friends with no possibility of reunion, systematic erasure of individual identity through uniform clothing and suppression of personal expression, and the constant awareness that death was the only escape from their religious prison. Perhaps most insidiously, the clausura system created artificial scarcity of human contact and affection that made nuns psychologically dependent on approval from religious superiors, creating institutional environments where emotional abuse, psychological manipulation, and systematic dehumanization could flourish while being disguised as spiritual formation and religious discipline. The economic exploitation of enclosed religious women was substantial and systematic. Their labor produced goods sold for church profit. Their dowries and inheritances were permanently confiscated. They were required to purchase their own basic necessities from church-controlled suppliers at inflated prices, and their families were continuously pressured for additional donations to support the holy work of maintaining their daughters' imprisonment. The decline of mandatory perpetual clausura coincided with changing legal recognition of women's rights and secular challenges to church authority. But many religious communities continue practicing voluntary versions of total enclosure that maintain the same psychological and social dynamics that made historical clausura so destructive to human well-being and individual development. Perpetual clausura involved a comprehensive system of psychological and physical imprisonment, specifically designed to eliminate individual autonomy, normal human relationships, and connection with the outside world, creating institutional environments that functioned as sophisticated torture chambers, disguised as holy sanctuaries dedicated to spiritual development. The physical architecture of clausura convents was deliberately constructed to maximize psychological imprisonment and prevent any possibility of escape or normal human contact. Exterior walls, typically 15 to 20 feet high, topped with iron spikes or broken glass. All windows fitted with multiple layers of iron grills that prevented not only escape, but even the ability to extend one's hand outside the building. Interior courtyards designed as enclosed spaces that provided minimal natural light, while maintaining the sense of perpetual confinement, and entrance doors that were permanently sealed after final vows with no mechanism for opening from the inside. The speaking areas where nuns could communicate with outside visitors were engineered to maximize psychological distress and prevent normal human interaction. Thick wooden screens with tiny openings that made facial recognition impossible. Acoustic barriers that required shouting to be heard while preventing intimate conversation. Time limits that were strictly enforced by supervisors who monitored every word spoken. And physical barriers that prevented any form of touch, including holding hands or embracing family members during rare permitted visits. Daily routines were systematically designed to break down individual identity and create psychological dependence on institutional approval. Identical clothing that eliminated personal expression and individual recognition. Identical haircuts or complete head covering that removed another form of personal identity. Identical daily schedules that eliminated personal choice about the use of time, and identical living spaces that prevented privacy or personal space where individual thoughts and feelings could develop without surveillance. The systematic elimination of privacy created constant psychological stress and prevented normal emotional development. Dormitories, where multiple nuns slept in the same room with no personal space, communal bathing facilities that eliminated bodily privacy, shared personal items that prevented ownership of individual possessions, and constant supervision that made solitary reflection or private emotional expression impossible. Communication restrictions were designed to prevent the formation of supportive relationships that might challenge institutional control. Prohibition of private conversations between nuns, mandatory silence periods that could last for days or weeks, required permission to speak even about basic necessities, and systematic punishment for any communication that supervisors deemed inappropriate or potentially subversive. The psychological manipulation techniques used to maintain control included systematic use of guilt and shame to prevent questioning of conditions, religious ideology that reframed suffering and deprivation as spiritual benefits, competition between nuns for approval from superiors that prevented group solidarity, and the constant threat of additional punishment or loss of minimal privileges for any sign of resistance or unhappiness. Perhaps most psychologically devastating was the systematic elimination of hope for change or escape. New entrants were told that leaving would result in eternal damnation and social disgrace. Families were pressured to avoid contact that might disturb their daughter's spiritual development, and the legal system provided no mechanism for women to challenge their confinement, even when they explicitly requested release. The most extreme clausura communities practiced additional forms of systematic deprivation, including minimal food that maintained survival while creating chronic hunger and malnutrition, inadequate heating that created constant physical discomfort, limited access to books or intellectual stimulation that prevented mental development, and medical neglect that allowed treatable conditions to become serious health problems while being interpreted as spiritual purification rather than institutional. Abuse. Sister Arcangela Tarabotti, forcibly enclosed in the convent of Sant'Anna in Venice at age 11 in 1620, became one of the most articulate critics of perpetual clausura, secretly writing detailed accounts of convent life that described systematic psychological abuse, deliberate medical neglect, and institutional practices designed to break down individual will and maintain control through fear and deprivation. Her letters, smuggled out of the convent and preserved in Venetian archives, describe nuns who developed severe mental illness from prolonged isolation, attempted suicide using improvised methods, and engaged in self-harm behaviors that supervisors interpreted as spiritual purification, rather than recognizing as symptoms of psychological breakdown caused by institutional abuse. Tarabotti's writings reveal that many nuns experienced what modern psychology would recognize as institutional syndrome, becoming so psychologically dependent on their confined environment that the possibility of freedom became more terrifying than continued imprisonment, creating a form of Stockholm syndrome that made them defend the system that was destroying their mental health. The convent of San Zaccaria in Venice became notorious during the Renaissance period for the systematic abuse of noble women who were forcibly enclosed by families seeking to avoid marriage costs and inheritance complications, with documented cases of women who spent over 50 years in clausura while maintaining detailed journals that chronicled their gradual psychological deterioration and loss of normal human emotional functioning. Archaeological investigations of former clausura convents have revealed physical evidence of the harsh conditions, including primitive sanitation systems that created health hazards, inadequate heating systems that caused chronic illness during cold periods, and architectural modifications that suggest attempts to escape, including tunnels dug by hand and holes cut through walls using improvised tools. Perhaps most tragically documented are cases of women who entered clausura as children and spent their entire adult lives in confinement, never developing normal social skills or emotional maturity, with some cases showing evidence of what contemporary psychology would recognize as severe developmental disorders caused by institutional deprivation during critical developmental periods. The Poor Clares of Assisi maintained some of the most extreme clausura practices, with documented cases of nuns who went decades without seeing sunlight, developed severe vitamin D deficiency that caused bone deformities and dental problems, and experienced what historical accounts describe as mystical experiences that were likely hallucinations caused by malnutrition and sensory deprivation. Maria Celeste, Galileo's daughter, who was forced into the convent of San Matteo at age 13, maintained correspondence with her father that reveals the psychological toll of perpetual enclosure, chronic depression, anxiety about her father's welfare that she couldn't act upon due to her confinement, and gradual acceptance of her imprisonment that represented psychological adaptation to an abusive situation rather than genuine spiritual contentment. The archives of the Sacred Congregation for Religious, housed in the Vatican, contain thousands of petitions from enclosed nuns requesting release from their vows, with many describing psychological breakdown, medical neglect, and institutional abuse. Yet fewer than 1% of these requests were granted, demonstrating the Church's systematic commitment to maintaining perpetual imprisonment regardless of individual suffering or explicit requests for freedom. Modern investigations of former clausura sites have uncovered disturbing evidence, including secret burial areas containing remains of nuns who died young from preventable causes, hidden rooms used for punishment and isolation within already isolated communities, and architectural features designed to maximize psychological control, including observation points that allowed constant surveillance of nuns' activities and private moments. Contemporary society continues to witness disturbing parallels to historical perpetual clausura in various forms of institutional confinement, systematic isolation, and religious imprisonment that exploit vulnerable individuals while being disguised as spiritual development, therapeutic treatment, or protective care. Modern extreme religious communities and cults employ clausura-like practices, including physical isolation from outside contact, prohibition of communication with family and friends, elimination of personal possessions and individual identity, systematic psychological manipulation that creates institutional dependence, and the use of religious ideology to justify conditions that would be recognized as abuse in secular contexts. Certain contemporary religious orders continue practicing modified versions of perpetual clausura, including total enclosure that prevents normal social contact, lifetime vows that cannot be revoked, systematic elimination of individual choice and autonomy, and institutional environments that prioritize community control over individual well-being, though modern legal frameworks provide more protection and oversight than historical clausura systems. The phenomenon of therapeutic communities and residential treatment facilities sometimes crosses into clausura territory when they employ total institutional control, indefinite confinement without clear discharge criteria, systematic elimination of outside contact and support systems, and therapeutic ideologies that justify institutional abuse as necessary for treatment or spiritual development. Long-term care facilities for elderly and disabled individuals occasionally exhibit clausura characteristics when they prioritize institutional convenience over individual rights, severely restrict outside contact and family visits, eliminate personal choice about daily activities and living conditions, and use medical or safety justifications to maintain conditions that resemble imprisonment more than therapeutic care. Modern arranged marriage systems and forced religious observance in certain communities create clausura-like conditions for women and girls who are systematically isolated from normal social contact, prevented from developing independent relationships and career opportunities, and subjected to religious ideologies that justify their confinement and elimination of personal autonomy as divine will or cultural tradition. The contemporary wellness and spiritual retreat industry sometimes employs methods similar to historical clausura, including extended isolation from normal social contact, systematic elimination of outside communication and support systems, financial exploitation that creates economic dependence on institutional programs, and psychological manipulation techniques that create institutional dependence while being framed as spiritual development or personal growth. Even mainstream mental health and addiction treatment facilities can exhibit clausura characteristics when they employ indefinite commitment procedures, severely restrict outside contact and communication, prioritize institutional control over individual rights and preferences, and use therapeutic justifications to maintain conditions that may be more harmful than beneficial to individual psychological well-being. Social media and digital technology have created new forms of voluntary clausura where individuals systematically isolate themselves from normal social contact while becoming psychologically dependent on virtual communities that may exploit their isolation and vulnerability for commercial or ideological purposes, rather than promoting genuine human connection and emotional well-being. The legal system's handling of guardianship and conservatorship cases sometimes creates clausura-like conditions when vulnerable adults are systematically isolated from normal social contact, denied basic rights and freedoms, and subjected to institutional control that prioritizes the convenience of guardians or institutions over the well-being and expressed preferences of the individuals being protected. Perpetual clausura created profound and lasting psychological damage that fundamentally destroyed normal human development, emotional regulation, and social functioning, while establishing institutional patterns of systematic psychological abuse disguised as spiritual formation that continue to influence religious and therapeutic institutions today. Women subjected to lifelong clausura experience severe developmental arrest when they entered confinement during childhood or adolescence, never developing normal adult emotional maturity, social skills, or independent decision-making abilities, while those who entered as adults experienced gradual psychological regression that eliminated their capacity for autonomous functioning and normal human relationships. The systematic elimination of personal choice and individual autonomy created what modern psychology recognizes as learned helplessness on an institutional scale, where enclosed women became completely dependent on external authority for even basic daily decisions, lost the ability to recognize and respond to their own needs and preferences, and developed chronic anxiety and panic responses to any situation requiring independent judgment or action. Perhaps most tragically, the complete elimination of normal human relationships and social contact created severe attachment disorders that made genuine emotional connection impossible. Enclosed women often developed intense, unhealthy dependencies on religious superiors or fellow nuns that replicated abusive power dynamics rather than healthy relationships, while simultaneously becoming incapable of forming appropriate boundaries or recognizing exploitation and manipulation. The constant surveillance and elimination of privacy prevented normal emotional development and created chronic hypervigilance, paranoid ideation, and severe anxiety about being observed or judged that persisted even in situations where privacy was available, making normal social functioning impossible even for women who eventually left clausura environments. Children who grew up visiting clausura convents or in communities that celebrated perpetual enclosure developed distorted understanding of normal relationships, gender roles, and religious practice, often viewing systematic isolation and elimination of personal freedom as natural or desirable, rather than recognizing them as forms of institutional abuse that violated basic human rights. The normalization of systematic control and elimination of individual autonomy within religious contexts created cultural acceptance of psychological abuse disguised as spiritual development, making populations more vulnerable to institutional manipulation while discouraging recognition and resistance to systematic violations of human dignity and basic rights. Perhaps most insidiously, Perpetual clausura established psychological and institutional templates for systematic control of women's lives, bodies, and choices that influenced centuries of religious and secular institutions, creating patterns of gender-based systematic oppression that were justified through religious ideology while serving economic and political interests that benefited from women's systematic exclusion from normal social participation and economic independence. Modern survivors of extreme institutional control often exhibit psychological patterns directly traceable to clausura influences, including chronic difficulty making independent decisions, severe anxiety about personal autonomy and freedom, problems forming healthy relationships that respect individual boundaries and needs, and persistent beliefs that their own desires and preferences are somehow sinful or dangerous rather than normal aspects of healthy human functioning. Perpetual clausura proved that the most effective prisons are often built with good intentions and decorated with religious symbols, transforming young women's lives into decades of systematic isolation, while convincing everyone involved that this imprisonment was actually divine love made manifest. These weren't spiritual brides finding union with God. They were institutional prisoners whose psychological destruction was celebrated as religious achievement by the very systems that profited from their captivity and suffering. If this exploration of religious imprisonment, disguised as divine marriage, has made you realize how easily spiritual institutions can become sophisticated abuse systems, slam that like button and tell us in the comments what shocked you most about the reality behind convent walls. Share this video with anyone who needs to understand how religious authority can be used to justify systematic violations of human rights and dignity. And don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification bell, because next week we're entering the world of desert hermits, where spiritual seekers abandoned civilization entirely and discovered that isolation in the wilderness can transform the human mind in ways that make clausura look like a luxury resort. The Desert Fathers, lost souls in the wasteland of divine madness. Picture walking into the Sahara Desert with nothing but a rough robe, planning to stay there until you die, believing that slowly going insane from heat, thirst, and complete isolation will somehow make you closer to God. Meet the Desert Fathers, Christianity's first spiritual recluses. The Desert Father movement, beginning in the 3rd century CE and continuing through the 7th century, represented Christianity's first systematic experiment in extreme spiritual reclusion, where thousands of men and women abandoned civilization entirely to seek divine communion through deliberate exposure to the harshest environmental conditions on Earth. This movement emerged during the early Christian period when persecution had ended, but spiritual seekers craved forms of martyrdom and extreme devotion that could replicate the intensity of dying for faith, leading them to choose what amounted to slow suicide in desert wastelands across Egypt, Syria, Palestine, and North Africa. The theological foundation for desert hermitage drew from Christ's 40-day wilderness temptation and Old Testament accounts of prophets dwelling in desolate places. But the practical reality involved systematic exposure to environmental extremes that would be considered torture in any other context. Temperatures exceeding 120 degrees Fahrenheit during the day and dropping below freezing at night, water scarcity that led to chronic dehydration and kidney failure, limited food sources that created malnutrition and starvation, and complete social isolation that triggered severe psychological breakdown within months of entering the desert. The movement attracted individuals from across the Roman Empire, including educated urban professionals, former soldiers, escaped slaves, and social outcasts who saw desert reclusion as either spiritual advancement or preferable alternative to their previous circumstances, creating diverse communities of hermits whose motivations ranged from genuine religious devotion to desperate escape from legal, financial, or social problems. Perhaps most tragically, the desert hermit tradition established the dangerous precedent that spiritual advancement required systematic self-destruction, with church authorities celebrating hermits who died from exposure, starvation, or desert-related illnesses as martyrs and saints, rather than recognizing them as victims of self-imposed environmental abuse. The economic and social infrastructure supporting desert hermitage was minimal by design, with hermits deliberately choosing locations that made survival difficult and rescue impossible, though some developed networks of support that included occasional visits from followers who brought basic supplies while maintaining the hermit's essential isolation from normal human society. The geographical spread of desert hermitage followed patterns of Christian missionary activity and Roman trade routes, with major hermit centers developing in the Egyptian Thebaid, the Syrian desert, the Judean wilderness, and North African desert regions, creating an international movement of religious refugees who had voluntarily exiled themselves from human civilization. The gender dynamics of desert hermitage were complex, with both male and female practitioners, though women faced additional dangers, including sexual assault from bandits, pregnancy complications without medical assistance, and social vulnerability that made them dependent on male hermits or religious authorities for basic protection and support. The psychological toll of desert hermitage was extraordinary and well documented by contemporary observers. Hermits regularly developed severe mental illness, including hallucinatory experiences, paranoid delusions, complete loss of social functioning, and religious mania that church authorities interpreted as mystical achievement rather than recognizing as symptoms of environmental stress and social isolation. The decline of organized desert hermitage coincided with the rise of formal monasticism that provided structured community alternatives to individual desert exile, but the tradition continued to influence Christian spirituality for centuries and established patterns of extreme asceticism that persisted in various forms throughout Christian history. Desert hermitage involved systematic exposure to environmental conditions specifically designed to break down normal human psychological and physical functioning through deliberate elimination of basic survival resources, social support, and environmental protection that made survival itself a constant struggle, requiring total focus while eliminating capacity for normal thought and emotional regulation. The typical desert hermit cell consisted of a natural cave, primitive stone shelter, or simple lean-to construction that provided minimal protection from extreme temperatures, sandstorms, flash floods, and predatory animals, with many hermits choosing locations that were deliberately exposed and uncomfortable to maximize their environmental suffering as expressions of spiritual devotion. Water scarcity was perhaps the most immediately life-threatening aspect of desert reclusion, with hermits often locating themselves days of travel from reliable water sources, leading to chronic dehydration that caused kidney damage, cognitive impairment, hallucinations, and eventual organ failure, while the constant awareness of potential death from thirst created psychological stress that compounded the physical effects of dehydration. Food sources in desert environments were extremely limited and unreliable, forcing hermits to survive on minimal nutrition from wild plants, insects, occasional donated supplies, and their own stored provisions that quickly became inadequate for long-term survival, leading to severe malnutrition, vitamin deficiency diseases, muscle wasting, and immune system collapse that made them vulnerable to infections and environmental hazards. Temperature extremes in desert environments created constant physical torture that hermits endured without adequate shelter, clothing, or protection. Daytime temperatures often exceeded 120 degrees Fahrenheit, causing heat stroke, dehydration, and skin damage, while nighttime temperatures could drop below freezing, creating hypothermia risk, and making sleep nearly impossible without proper bedding or shelter. The psychological effects of complete isolation in vast, empty landscapes were severe and rapid. Most hermits began experiencing hallucinatory episodes within weeks of entering the desert, with these becoming increasingly complex and persistent over time as malnutrition and environmental stress compounded the effects of social isolation and sensory deprivation. Perhaps most psychologically devastating was the systematic elimination of all normal human contact and social support, with hermits going months or years without meaningful conversation, physical touch, or emotional connection, leading to complete loss of social skills, severe depression, and paranoid ideation that made eventual reintegration with human society impossible even when hermits attempted to return to civilization. The most extreme desert hermits engaged in additional forms of self-torture, including deliberate exposure to venomous animals and extreme weather, wearing rough clothing that caused constant skin irritation and infection, practicing extended fasting that brought them to the edge of starvation, and engaging in sleep deprivation that further compromised their already deteriorating mental state. Medical care was completely unavailable in desert hermit locations, meaning that minor injuries became infected and life-threatening, chronic conditions went untreated until they caused permanent disability or death, and acute medical emergencies resulted in unnecessary deaths that could have been prevented with basic medical intervention available in populated areas. The seasonal cycles of desert environments created additional torture through flash flooding that could destroy hermits' primitive shelters and food stores, sandstorms that lasted for days and made breathing difficult while stripping exposed skin, and seasonal temperature variations that made adaptation impossible as hermits weakened from malnutrition and environmental exposure. Perhaps most insidiously, the desert environment itself became a form of sensory deprivation chamber, where the lack of normal environmental stimulation combined with extreme physical stress to create altered states of consciousness that hermits interpreted as divine communication rather than recognizing as symptoms of environmental poisoning and psychological breakdown. St. Anthony the Great, considered the father of desert monasticism, spent over 80 years in the Egyptian desert beginning around 270 CE, with contemporary accounts by St. Athanasius describing his progressive transformation from wealthy young man to barely recognizable hermit, whose extended isolation produced what church authorities celebrated as mystical experiences, but which modern psychology would recognize as severe mental illness caused by decades of environmental abuse and social deprivation. Historical records describe Anthony's hallucinations becoming increasingly vivid and persistent over time, including complex visual and auditory experiences involving demons, angels, and divine beings that provided detailed theological information and prophetic visions. Yet contemporary analysis suggests these represented classic symptoms of malnutrition, induced psychosis, dehydration hallucinations, and isolation-induced schizophrenia rather than genuine supernatural communication. Archaeological investigations of traditional Anthony hermitage sites have revealed evidence of the harsh reality of desert living, including primitive water collection systems that would have provided minimal survival hydration, food storage areas that show evidence of rodent infestation and spoilage, and shelter remains that offered virtually no protection from extreme weather conditions. St. Paul the Hermit, who reportedly spent over 90 years alone in the Egyptian desert, became legendary for his extreme isolation and ascetic practices. But historical accounts of his discovery by Anthony describe a man so physically deteriorated and mentally altered by decades of desert exposure that he could barely speak coherently and appeared more animal than human, with his celebrated wisdom consisting largely of incoherent rambling that followers interpreted as profound spiritual insight. The Syrian desert hermit Simeon the Fool deliberately chose locations where survival was nearly impossible, spending decades in areas without reliable water sources while practicing additional forms of self-torture, including wearing chains that embedded into his flesh, sleeping on beds of thorns, and exposing himself to extreme weather without shelter, creating a combination of environmental and self-inflicted abuse that resulted in documented cases of gangrene, infected wounds, and progressive mental deterioration that contemporary sources described as increasing holiness rather than obvious medical emergencies. Female desert hermits faced additional horrors beyond environmental extremes, including Mary of Egypt, who spent 47 years alone in the Jordanian desert and was discovered near death with her hair completely white, her skin blackened and cracked from sun exposure, and her mental state so deteriorated that she could only communicate through simple gestures and fragmented speech, suggesting complete psychological breakdown from prolonged isolation and environmental abuse. The desert hermit communities that developed around major figures like Anthony created networks of mutual support that paradoxically enabled even more extreme forms of self-destruction, with hermits competing to demonstrate superior spiritual advancement through increasingly severe forms of environmental exposure, self-deprivation, and isolation that resulted in documented cases of hermits dying from entirely preventable causes, while being celebrated as achieving the ultimate spiritual victory. Perhaps most tragically documented are cases of younger hermits who entered the desert seeking spiritual guidance from established hermits, but found only madmen whose advice consisted of encouraging even more extreme forms of self-torture and environmental abuse, creating cycles of spiritual manipulation where mental illness was transmitted from one generation of hermits to the next through religious authority and example. Modern archaeological surveys of ancient hermit sites across Middle Eastern deserts have uncovered disturbing evidence of the reality behind the romantic accounts of desert spirituality. Mass burial areas containing remains showing signs of malnutrition and untreated injuries, primitive living conditions that would barely sustain life for short periods, and evidence suggesting that many hermits died within years of entering the desert rather than achieving the decades-long survival celebrated. In religious accounts, contemporary society continues to witness disturbing parallels to historical desert hermitage in various forms of extreme wilderness isolation, survival culture extremism, and systematic self-deprivation that exploit human desires for meaning and transcendence, while creating dangerous conditions that can result in psychological breakdown, physical harm, and death disguised as personal growth or spiritual achievement. Modern extreme survival enthusiasts and primitive living advocates sometimes engage in desert hermit-like practices, including extended isolation in harsh environmental conditions, deliberate elimination of modern survival resources and safety equipment, systematic exposure to environmental extremes as character-building exercises, and the interpretation of resulting physical and psychological distress as beneficial personal development rather than unnecessary risk-taking that serves no practical purpose. Certain contemporary spiritual and religious movements promote desert-based retreats and wilderness isolation experiences that echo historical hermit practices, including weeks or months of solitary exposure to harsh environments, minimal food and water as spiritual discipline, elimination of communication with outside support systems, and framing of resulting psychological and physical distress as spiritual breakthrough rather than recognizing potential medical emergencies requiring professional intervention. The phenomenon of off-grid living and extreme minimalism sometimes crosses into desert hermit territory when practitioners voluntarily choose harsh, isolated environments that make basic survival difficult, systematically eliminate access to medical care and emergency assistance, and interpret the resulting hardship and isolation as spiritual or philosophical advancement rather than recognizing it as unnecessary self-imposed suffering. Mental health facilities regularly encounter individuals who attempt to recreate desert hermit conditions in various environments, including deliberate isolation in wilderness areas, systematic self-deprivation of food and water, exposure to environmental extremes without adequate protection, and the interpretation of resulting psychological distress as spiritual experience rather than mental health crisis requiring appropriate treatment and support. The contemporary vision quest and wilderness therapy industries sometimes employ methodologies similar to desert hermitage, including extended isolation in harsh environments, systematic elimination of comfort and safety resources, minimal supervision that could prevent medical emergencies, and ideological frameworks that interpret suffering and deprivation as inherently beneficial rather than recognizing that therapeutic environments should promote well-being rather than recreate historical forms of environmental abuse. Social media has created new forms of competitive wilderness isolation, where individuals document increasingly extreme survival challenges and isolation experiences while receiving encouragement from online communities that celebrate environmental suffering and self-deprivation as demonstrations of character, spiritual advancement, or personal achievement, rather than recognizing these as potentially dangerous forms of unnecessary risk-taking. Even mainstream outdoor recreation and adventure tourism occasionally cross into desert hermit territory, when they promote extreme challenges that prioritize suffering and environmental exposure over safety and enjoyment, creating commercial frameworks that profit from clients' willingness to pay for systematic discomfort and potential danger disguised as personal growth or spiritual experience. The therapeutic use of wilderness environments and isolation experiences sometimes becomes problematic when practitioners promote extended exposure to environmental extremes, systematic elimination of comfort and support systems, and ideological frameworks that interpret suffering as inherently beneficial rather than recognizing that effective therapy should promote psychological well-being and practical life skills rather than recreate historical patterns of self-destructive behavior. Modern preppers and survivalist communities occasionally develop desert hermit-like practices when their isolation becomes permanent rather than temporary, with documented cases of individuals who retreat to harsh, isolated environments for ideological reasons and gradually develop the same patterns of environmental abuse, social isolation, and psychological deterioration that characterized historical desert hermitage. Desert hermitage created profound and catastrophic psychological damage that fundamentally destroyed normal human cognitive and emotional functioning while establishing dangerous cultural precedents about the relationship between environmental suffering, social isolation, and spiritual achievement that continue to influence contemporary approaches to spirituality, therapy, and personal development. The combination of extreme environmental stress, chronic malnutrition, dehydration, and complete social isolation produced rapid onset of severe mental illness, including persistent hallucinatory experiences, paranoid delusions, complete loss of reality testing, and progressive cognitive deterioration that made normal human functioning impossible, even for hermits, who eventually returned to populated areas. The systematic elimination of normal human contact and social support created severe attachment disorders and complete inability to form healthy relationships. Desert hermits who survived their isolation often displayed extreme social anxiety, inability to engage in normal conversation or emotional connection, hypersensitivity to normal human environments and stimulation, and persistent beliefs that human society was inherently dangerous or spiritually contaminating. Perhaps most tragically, the extreme nature of desert isolation created psychological dependence on environmental suffering and social deprivation that made normal comfort and human connection feel spiritually dangerous. Hermits who emerged from desert isolation often compulsively sought to recreate harsh conditions and systematic deprivation as coping mechanisms for normal life stress, while interpreting any pleasure or comfort as spiritual failure rather than recognizing these as normal. Aspects of healthy human functioning. The chronic exposure to life-threatening environmental conditions created persistent trauma responses, including hypervigilance about survival threats, chronic anxiety about basic needs like food and water, even when these were readily available, compulsive hoarding behaviors related to survival resources, and persistent paranoid ideation about potential environmental dangers that made normal daily functioning extremely difficult. Children who grew up in communities that celebrated desert hermitage developed distorted understanding of normal human needs and healthy relationships, often viewing social connection, physical comfort, and environmental safety as spiritually dangerous, rather than recognizing these as essential for normal psychological development and well-being. The normalization of extreme environmental suffering and systematic self-deprivation within religious contexts created cultural vulnerabilities that made populations more accepting of unnecessary hardship and systematic abuse, while discouraging recognition and treatment of mental health issues that could benefit from professional intervention rather than religious interpretation. Desert hermitage also established psychological templates for viewing isolation and environmental extremes as spiritually beneficial rather than harmful, creating religious cultures that promoted withdrawal from normal human society and systematic elimination of basic comfort as expressions of spiritual advancement rather than recognizing them as forms of self-harm that served no beneficial purpose. Modern individuals who attempt to recreate desert hermit experiences often exhibit psychological patterns similar to historical practitioners, including chronic dissatisfaction with normal comfort and security, compulsive seeking of environmental challenges and systematic deprivation, difficulty maintaining normal social relationships and emotional connections, and persistent beliefs that suffering and isolation are inherently more spiritually valuable than health, comfort, and human connection. The Desert Fathers believed that walking into the wasteland would lead them to God, but they actually discovered that systematic environmental abuse and complete social isolation can transform human consciousness in ways that destroy rather than elevate the human spirit, creating a legacy of spiritual masochism that continues to influence how we misunderstand the relationship between suffering and growth. These weren't enlightened mystics finding divine truth in the wilderness. They were environmental trauma victims whose psychological breakdown was celebrated as spiritual achievement by religious authorities who profited from promoting extreme asceticism as the ultimate expression of faith. If this journey into the wasteland of spiritual extremism has made you realize how easily environmental suffering can be disguised as spiritual practice, smash that like button and let us know in the comments what disturbed you most about the desert hermit tradition of voluntary exile into madness. Share this video with anyone who needs to understand how spiritual seeking can become systematic self-destruction when it's divorced from basic human wisdom about health and well-being. And don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification bell. Because next week, we're exploring the horrific world of tree-dwelling hermits, where spiritual recluses spent decades living in the branches like animals, while believing this elevated them closer to heaven. The tree dwellers, suspended between heaven and madness. Imagine spending 15 years living in the branches of a single tree, never touching the ground, surviving on leaves and rainwater, while slowly losing your grip on both the branches and reality itself. Meet the Dendrites, Christianity's most literally elevated hermits. The Dendrite movement, emerging in the Byzantine Empire during the 5th century and persisting through medieval times, represented perhaps the most physically precarious form of spiritual reclusion ever attempted, where devout Christians voluntarily imprisoned themselves in tree canopies for years or decades, believing that literal elevation above the earth would bring them closer to divine realms, while demonstrating ultimate rejection of worldly concerns through systematic exposure to the elements and constant risk of fatal falls. This extreme practice developed as an extension of the stylite tradition, but replaced stable stone pillars with living trees that swayed in winds, grew and changed over time, and provided even less security and comfort than the already minimal accommodations of pillar saints, creating conditions that combined the environmental exposure of desert hermitage with the constant physical danger of precarious elevation and the psychological torture of perpetual instability. The theological justification for tree dwelling drew from biblical imagery of trees as connections between earth and heaven, Christ's crucifixion on a wooden cross, and interpretations of paradise as a garden where holy figures dwelt among sacred trees. But the practical reality involved systematic exposure to environmental extremes, chronic malnutrition, sleep deprivation from fear of falling, and gradual psychological breakdown from isolation and constant physical stress that would be considered torture in any secular context. The practice attracted individuals across the Byzantine world and spread to Western European monastic communities, with documented tree hermits in Greece, Syria, Asia Minor, Italy, France, and the British Isles, creating an international network of arboreal recluses whose survival depended entirely on the structural integrity of their chosen trees and the continued support of ground-based followers who provided minimal food and water through primitive pulley systems. Church authorities initially viewed dendrite practices with suspicion due to their extreme nature and high mortality rate, but eventually embraced successful tree hermits as living saints whose aerial suffering could benefit entire regions, leading to the construction of permanent infrastructure around major tree hermit sites, including ladders, platforms, and support systems that ironically made the practice slightly more survivable while maintaining its essential character as systematic environmental abuse disguised as spiritual devotion. The economic aspects of tree hermitage were complex, with wealthy patrons funding the infrastructure needed to support aerial hermits, while the hermits themselves became sources of revenue through pilgrimage tourism, donations from visitors seeking spiritual intervention, and the eventual veneration of their remains and associated trees as holy relics that could generate income for religious institutions for centuries after the hermits' deaths. Perhaps most tragically, the dendrite tradition attracted individuals fleeing from mental illness, social persecution, legal problems, or family conflicts who saw aerial isolation as preferable to confronting their difficulties through normal social support systems, transforming what should have been psychological treatment or social assistance into celebrated religious spectacle that often ended in preventable death from exposure, malnutrition, or accidental falls. The gender dynamics of tree hermitage were particularly complex, with female practitioners facing additional dangers, including sexual vulnerability from male visitors who could access their trees, pregnancy complications that occurred in aerial isolation without medical assistance, and social restrictions that made their tree dwelling dependent on male religious authorities for basic survival support and protection from exploitation. The decline of organized dendrite practices coincided with changing theological emphasis, improved understanding of mental health, and practical recognition that the mortality rate among tree hermits was too high to justify continued promotion of the practice. But individual tree hermits continued the tradition sporadically through medieval times and into the early modern period, with the last documented traditional dendrite dying in the 17th century after decades of aerial imprisonment. Tree hermitage involved systematic exposure to environmental conditions and physical dangers specifically designed to create constant survival stress, chronic physical discomfort, and gradual psychological breakdown through the combination of precarious elevation, environmental exposure, social isolation, and the persistent awareness that any moment of inattention or physical weakness could result in fatal falls from heights of 20 to 60 feet above the ground. The typical dendrite dwelling consisted of a crude platform or nest built in the crown of a large tree, usually constructed from branches, rope, and fabric that provided minimal protection from weather while offering no safety barriers or fall protection, meaning that normal sleep, movement, or relaxation became potentially life-threatening activities that required constant vigilance and muscle tension to prevent accidental death. The psychological impact of living in constant fear of falling created chronic stress responses that compounded the effects of environmental exposure and social isolation. Dendrites developed persistent anxiety, hypervigilance, and sleep disorders that further compromised their ability to maintain safe positioning in their precarious aerial homes, creating cascading cycles of stress and exhaustion that increased their vulnerability to accidents while deteriorating their mental health. Environmental exposure in tree canopies was extreme and uncontrollable, with dendrites experiencing direct impact from rain, snow, wind, and temperature extremes without adequate shelter or protection. Winter conditions could cause hypothermia and frostbite that resulted in permanent disability or death, while summer heat combined with lack of shade and adequate water could cause heat stroke and severe dehydration that compromised cognitive function and physical coordination essential for survival in precarious elevated positions. Wind posed particular dangers for tree hermits, as even moderate breezes could sway trees enough to make maintaining position difficult, while strong winds and storms could make survival impossible, as hermits were forced to cling to branches for hours or days, while being battered by elements that could easily dislodge them from their aerial refuges, creating periods of intense physical and psychological stress that could last for extended periods. Nutrition for tree hermits was severely compromised by their isolation and the practical difficulties of delivering food to elevated positions. Most survived on minimal rations of bread and water delivered by rope and pulley systems operated by ground-based supporters, while some attempted to supplement their diets with leaves, bark, insects, and bird eggs found in their trees, leading to chronic malnutrition, vitamin deficiency diseases, and digestive problems that weakened their physical condition and compromised their ability to maintain safe positioning in their precarious homes. Water collection and storage presented constant challenges, with dendrites dependent on catching rainwater in primitive containers that could easily be lost during storms, while their elevated position made access to clean water sources impossible and created constant risk of dehydration that could cause confusion and poor judgment essential for survival in dangerous aerial environments. Personal hygiene became impossible in tree-dwelling situations, with dendrites unable to bathe, change clothes, or maintain basic cleanliness, leading to skin diseases, parasite infestations, and infections that created constant discomfort while producing odors that could be detected from ground level and attracted insects that further compromised their already difficult living conditions. Waste elimination in tree canopies created additional health hazards and psychological stress, as dendrites were forced to dispose of bodily waste over the sides of their platforms, creating unsanitary conditions that attracted disease vectors while adding humiliation and disgust to their already extensive catalogue of daily sufferings and survival challenges. Sleep became a dangerous necessity that required dendrites to develop techniques for maintaining safe positioning while unconscious, including tying themselves to branches, sleeping in uncomfortable positions that prevented falls, and maintaining constant partial awareness that disrupted normal sleep cycles and created chronic exhaustion that further compromised their physical and mental functioning. St. David the Dendrite, who spent 18 years living in an oak tree near Thessalonica during the 6th century, became the most famous tree hermit in Byzantine history, with detailed contemporary accounts describing his gradual physical deterioration and psychological transformation during nearly 2 decades of aerial isolation. Historical records from Bishop Gregory of Tours describe David's progressive development of what modern psychology would recognize as severe mental illness, including persistent hallucinatory conversations with invisible beings, complete loss of normal speech patterns, and behavioral changes that suggested cognitive deterioration from chronic malnutrition and environmental stress rather than mystical advancement. Archaeological investigations of David's traditional tree site have revealed infrastructure, including permanent ladders, platform supports, and drainage systems that were constructed to support long-term tree habitation, while soil analysis has shown evidence of human waste accumulation and primitive food preparation areas that demonstrate the harsh reality of sustained aerial living. St. Simeon of Trier, who practiced tree hermitage in a massive elm near the Rhine River during the 7th century, died after 12 years of aerial isolation when his supporting platform collapsed during a winter storm, sending him falling 40 feet to his death, while local church authorities interpreted his fatal accident as divine calling to celestial paradise, rather than recognizing it as the predictable result of maintaining inadequate safety measures in dangerous elevated conditions. The case of an unnamed female dendrite discovered in a beech tree in Normandy during the 11th century provides disturbing evidence of the particular vulnerabilities faced by women tree hermits. Contemporary accounts describe finding her in an advanced state of malnutrition and mental breakdown, with evidence suggesting she had been sexually assaulted by male visitors who had climbed to her platform, yet local religious authorities celebrated her survival as divine protection rather than recognizing the systematic abuse and neglect that had characterized her aerial imprisonment. St. Luke the Younger, who spent 15 years in a plane tree on Mount Ioannitsa in Greece during the 10th century, was discovered dead in his aerial dwelling 3 days after a severe winter storm, with his body showing evidence of hypothermia and starvation, while his writings preserved from the final months of his life reveal progressive psychological deterioration, including paranoid delusions, religious mania, and complete disconnection from reality that church authorities later interpreted as increasing mystical insight rather than obvious mental health crisis. Perhaps most tragically documented are cases of younger individuals who attempted to emulate established tree hermits but lacked the physical strength and psychological resilience to survive aerial isolation. Multiple historical accounts describe the deaths of teenage and young adult would-be dendrites who fell from their trees within weeks or months of beginning their aerial retreats, often after developing psychological conditions that impaired their judgment and physical coordination. Essential for survival in precarious elevated environments. The phenomenon of competitive tree hermitage developed in some regions where multiple hermits occupied trees in the same area, leading to increasingly extreme practices as individuals attempted to demonstrate superior spiritual advancement through more severe forms of aerial self-torture. Documented cases include hermits who refused all food delivery and attempted to survive entirely on tree products. Those who deliberately chose trees in the most exposed and dangerous locations, and those who added additional forms of self-torture, including wearing chains, practicing self-flagellation, and exposing themselves to weather extremes without shelter. Modern investigations of former dendrite sites have uncovered physical evidence of the reality behind romanticized accounts of tree hermitage. Skeletal remains showing signs of malnutrition and trauma consistent with falls, primitive platform construction that provided minimal safety and comfort, and environmental evidence suggesting that many tree hermit sites were occupied for much shorter periods than religious accounts claimed, indicating that mortality rates were higher and survival periods shorter than official church histories acknowledged. Contemporary society witnesses disturbing parallels to historical tree hermitage in various forms of extreme environmental living, survival culture extremism, and systematic self-endangerment that exploit human desires for connection with nature and rejection of modern comforts, while creating dangerous conditions that can result in injury, psychological breakdown, and death disguised as environmental consciousness or spiritual advancement. Modern tree-sitting environmental protests sometimes cross into dendrite territory when protesters remain in elevated positions for extended periods without adequate safety equipment, proper nutrition, or medical supervision, creating conditions that prioritize symbolic gesture over protester safety, and can result in serious injuries or deaths that serve no practical environmental purpose while being celebrated as ultimate dedication to environmental causes. Certain contemporary spiritual and ecotherapy movements promote extended tree dwelling and forest isolation as paths to environmental connection and spiritual development, including programs that involve weeks or months of living in tree canopies without modern safety equipment, systematic elimination of comfort and safety resources, and ideological frameworks that interpret resulting physical hardship and psychological distress as beneficial personal transformation rather than recognizing unnecessary risk-taking and potential harm. The phenomenon of extreme off-grid living sometimes involves tree-based dwellings that recreate many dangers of historical dendrite practices, including inadequate structural support, exposure to environmental extremes, limited access to medical care and emergency assistance, and isolation that can prevent recognition and treatment of mental health issues that may develop during extended periods of environmental stress and social isolation. Adventure tourism and survival experience industries occasionally offer programs that involve extended tree dwelling and canopy living that echo historical dendrite practices, including deliberate exposure to environmental extremes, minimal safety equipment and emergency protocols, and marketing that celebrates hardship and danger as character-building experiences rather than recognizing that recreational activities should prioritize participant safety over artificial challenge creation. Social media has created new forms of competitive environmental extremism, where individuals document increasingly dangerous tree dwelling and elevated survival challenges, while receiving validation from online communities that celebrate environmental suffering and risk-taking as demonstrations of environmental consciousness, spiritual advancement, or personal achievement, rather than recognizing these as potentially dangerous forms of unnecessary self-endangerment. Mental health facilities encounter individuals who attempt to recreate tree hermit conditions in various environments, including construction of elevated platforms in dangerous locations, systematic self-isolation in precarious environments, and interpretation of resulting psychological distress and physical danger as spiritual experience, rather than mental health crisis requiring appropriate safety measures and professional intervention. The contemporary rewilding and primitive skills movements sometimes employ methodologies similar to dendrite practices when they promote extended exposure to environmental extremes, systematic elimination of modern safety resources, and ideological frameworks that interpret suffering and danger as inherently beneficial for human development, rather than recognizing that effective environmental education should promote both nature connection and personal safety. Even mainstream outdoor education and adventure programs occasionally cross into dendrite territory when they prioritize artificial challenge creation over participant well-being, promote environmental suffering as character development, and fail to maintain adequate safety protocols for elevated activities that can result in serious injuries or psychological trauma rather than beneficial learning experiences. Tree hermitage created catastrophic psychological damage that combined the effects of chronic physical danger, environmental exposure, social isolation, and constant survival stress to produce rapid onset of severe mental illness and complete inability to function in normal human environments, while establishing dangerous cultural precedents about the relationship between environmental extremism, physical danger, and spiritual achievement that continue to influence contemporary approaches to environmental consciousness and spiritual practice. The persistent awareness of potential fatal falls created chronic traumatic stress responses that fundamentally altered dendrites' neurological functioning. Constant hypervigilance about physical safety, persistent anxiety that made normal relaxation impossible, sleep disorders that further compromised physical coordination and mental clarity essential for survival in dangerous elevated environments, and paranoid ideation that made trust in structural support and safety measures psychologically impossible even in secure environments. The combination of social isolation, environmental stress, and chronic malnutrition produced rapid onset of severe psychiatric symptoms, including persistent hallucinatory experiences, paranoid delusions about ground-based threats and supernatural persecution, complete loss of reality testing that made accurate assessment of physical danger impossible, and religious mania that encouraged increasingly dangerous behaviors while preventing recognition of mental health deterioration as medical rather than spiritual phenomena. Perhaps most tragically, the extreme nature of tree dwelling created psychological dependence on environmental danger and systematic self-endangerment that made normal safety and comfort feel spiritually contaminating. Dendrites, who survived their aerial isolation, often compulsively sought to recreate dangerous elevated conditions and environmental exposure as coping mechanisms for normal life stress, while interpreting any safety measures or environmental protection as spiritual failure rather than recognizing these as normal aspects of healthy human functioning. The chronic exposure to life-threatening conditions created persistent trauma responses that made normal environmental interaction extremely difficult. Hypersensitivity to wind and weather, changes that triggered panic responses, compulsive checking behaviors related to structural stability and safety, even in secure buildings, and persistent beliefs about the inherent danger of elevated positions that made normal activities like climbing stairs or working in tall buildings psychologically traumatic. Children who grew up in communities that celebrated tree hermitage developed severely distorted understanding of appropriate environmental interaction and risk assessment, often viewing environmental danger and systematic self-endangerment as spiritually superior to normal safety consciousness and environmental protection, leading to increased risk-taking behaviors and decreased ability to accurately assess and respond to genuine environmental hazards. The normalization of extreme environmental danger and systematic self-endangerment within religious contexts created cultural vulnerabilities that made populations more accepting of unnecessary risk-taking and environmental extremism, while discouraging development of practical environmental consciousness that balances nature connection with personal safety and sustainable interaction with natural systems. Tree hermitage also established psychological templates for viewing environmental suffering and physical danger as spiritually beneficial rather than harmful, creating religious and environmental cultures that promoted rejection of normal safety measures and systematic exposure to environmental extremes as expressions of spiritual or environmental advancement, rather than recognizing them as forms of self-harm that served no beneficial purpose for individuals or environmental protection. Modern individuals who attempt to recreate dendrite experiences often exhibit psychological patterns similar to historical practitioners, including chronic dissatisfaction with normal environmental comfort and safety, compulsive seeking of environmental danger, and systematic self-endangerment, difficulty maintaining normal safety consciousness and risk assessment capabilities, and persistent beliefs that environmental suffering and physical danger are inherently more spiritually or environmentally valuable than sustainable, safe interaction with natural systems. The tree hermits believed that living like animals in the canopy would elevate them to divine status, but they actually discovered that rejecting human wisdom about safety and comfort in favor of systematic environmental self-endangerment transforms spiritual seeking into a form of slow-motion suicide that benefits no one except the spectators who profit from watching others destroy themselves in the name of higher purpose. These weren't enlightened environmental mystics achieving harmony with nature. They were trauma victims whose environmental self-abuse was celebrated as spiritual achievement by religious authorities who had never spent a single night clinging to tree branches in a winter storm. If this exploration of aerial spiritual extremism has made you realize how easily environmental consciousness can be perverted into systematic self-endangerment, smash that like button and tell us in the comments what shocked you most about the dendrite tradition of trading safety for supposed sanctity. Share this video with anyone who needs to understand how spiritual practices can become environmental abuse when they're divorced from basic human wisdom about sustainable interaction with natural systems. And don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification bell, because next week we're diving into the underwater world of river hermits, where spiritual recluses spent years living in partially submerged caves and hollows, slowly drowning their sanity in pursuit of aquatic enlightenment. The water seekers, drowning in divine delusion. Imagine spending decades living in a cave that floods twice daily with freezing tidal water, standing waist-deep in brackish pools for hours while your skin rots away, believing that slowly drowning yourself will wash away your sins and purify your soul. Welcome to aquatic hermitage. The tradition of aquatic hermitage, emerging sporadically across medieval Europe and continuing in isolated instances through the early modern period, represented one of the most physically destructive forms of spiritual reclusion ever attempted, where devout Christians voluntarily subjected themselves to prolonged exposure to water, dampness, and aquatic environments that systematically destroyed their health, while they believed that literal immersion in water would replicate Christ's baptism and provide continuous spiritual purification through systematic bodily deterioration. This extreme practice developed from theological interpretations of baptismal symbolism, biblical accounts of prophets dwelling near water sources, and the belief that constant contact with water could wash away sin on a continuous basis rather than requiring periodic ritual cleansing. But the practical reality involved systematic exposure to conditions that caused skin diseases, respiratory infections, hypothermia, and eventually death from exposure-related illnesses that were celebrated as martyrdom rather than recognized as preventable medical catastrophes. The practice attracted individuals across Europe, with documented aquatic hermits in coastal regions of Ireland, Scotland, Wales, Brittany, and Mediterranean areas, where tidal caves and coastal environments provided the flooding and dampness that practitioners sought as essential elements of their spiritual discipline, creating an international network of water-dwelling recluses whose survival depended entirely on their ability to withstand chronic exposure to conditions that would be considered torture in any secular context. Unlike other forms of hermitage that provided some environmental protection, aquatic reclusion deliberately sought the most damaging water exposure possible, with hermits choosing locations that maximize their contact with cold, contaminated, or flowing water that would systematically damage their health while providing the continuous water immersion they believed was essential for spiritual advancement and divine connection. Church authorities initially viewed aquatic hermitage with suspicion due to its extreme mortality rate and obvious health consequences, but eventually embraced successful water hermits as living saints whose aquatic suffering could control weather, ensure good fishing, and provide protection from floods, leading to the construction of permanent infrastructure around major aquatic hermit sites, including drainage systems, water channels, and observation platforms that ironically made the practice slightly more survivable while maintaining its essential character as systematic water-induced self-destruction. The economic aspects of aquatic hermitage were substantial, with coastal communities funding the support systems needed to maintain water hermits, while the hermits themselves became sources of revenue through fishing blessings, weather prayers, and maritime protection services that could generate significant income for religious institutions and local economies that depended on marine resources and coastal trade. Perhaps most tragically, the aquatic hermit tradition attracted individuals fleeing from mental illness, social persecution, or personal trauma, who saw water immersion as cleansing transformation that could wash away their psychological pain, transforming what should have been therapeutic treatment into celebrated religious spectacle that typically ended in preventable death from exposure, infection, or drowning-related accidents. The gender dynamics of aquatic hermitage were particularly dangerous for women, who faced additional vulnerabilities, including increased susceptibility to water-related infections, pregnancy complications in damp environments without medical assistance, and sexual exploitation from male visitors who could access their water-dwelling locations, while local authorities interpreted any resistance as lack of spiritual commitment rather than recognizing legitimate safety concerns. The practice involved various forms of water exposure, ranging from standing in tidal pools for hours daily to living in caves that flooded regularly, to deliberately submerging oneself in freezing water for extended periods, with each method producing specific types of physical damage that practitioners interpreted as evidence of spiritual purification rather than recognizing as symptoms of systematic water torture that served no beneficial purpose. Aquatic hermitage involved systematic exposure to water-related conditions specifically designed to maximize physical damage and health deterioration through prolonged contact with cold, contaminated, or flowing water that would gradually destroy practitioners' health, while they believed this systematic bodily destruction represented spiritual purification and divine connection achieved through literal aquatic transformation of their physical being. The most common form of aquatic reclusion involved hermits choosing coastal caves or artificial chambers that flooded regularly with tidal water, forcing them to spend hours daily standing or sitting in cold, often contaminated water that gradually caused severe skin conditions, circulation problems, and respiratory infections that progressed over months or years until they resulted in permanent disability or death from exposure-related illnesses. Tidal cave hermitage was particularly destructive because it combined the psychological stress of uncertain flooding schedules with the physical damage of prolonged water exposure. Hermits never knew exactly when their caves would flood or how high the water would rise, creating constant anxiety and sleep deprivation that compounded the physical effects of chronic dampness and temperature extremes. The systematic destruction of skin integrity was perhaps the most visible effect of aquatic hermitage, with prolonged water exposure causing maceration, fungal infections, bacterial contamination, and eventually complete breakdown of skin barriers that led to systemic infections, chronic wounds that never healed in the constantly damp environment, and progressive tissue death that created gangrenous conditions requiring amputation or resulting in septic death. Respiratory damage from living in constantly humid, poorly ventilated environments was rapid and severe, with aquatic hermits regularly developing pneumonia, tuberculosis, and other lung infections that were exacerbated by the damp conditions and made nearly impossible to treat effectively in their aquatic environments, leading to chronic breathing difficulties, persistent coughing that could last for years, and eventual respiratory failure that caused slow, suffocating deaths. Temperature regulation became impossible in aquatic environments, with hermits experiencing chronic hypothermia that damaged their cardiovascular systems, reduced immune function, and created conditions that made them vulnerable to infections and illnesses that would be minor in healthy individuals, but became life-threatening in their weakened, constantly chilled state. The psychological effects of constant water exposure included persistent anxiety about drowning during sleep or periods of weakness, chronic discomfort that made normal rest impossible, and gradual development of hydrophobia, paradoxically combined with compulsive water seeking that represented clear symptoms of psychological breakdown caused by environmental trauma rather than spiritual advancement. Perhaps most insidiously, the aquatic environment itself became a form of sensory torture, where the constant sound of dripping or flowing water, combined with the inability to stay dry or warm, created conditions similar to systematic torture techniques designed to break down psychological resistance through environmental manipulation and chronic physical discomfort. Advanced aquatic hermits engaged in additional forms of water-related self-torture, including deliberate immersion in freezing water during winter months, drinking only contaminated water from their flooded caves, and refusing to leave their aquatic environments even during severe storms or extreme weather that made survival nearly impossible, demonstrating the progression from spiritual discipline to compulsive self-destruction that characterized most forms of extreme hermitage. The most extreme practitioners attempted to achieve permanent aquatic existence by sealing themselves into chambers that remained constantly flooded, creating conditions where survival required constant effort to avoid drowning while maintaining minimal breathing space that could disappear entirely during storms or high water periods, essentially creating elaborate suicide chambers disguised as spiritual advancement mechanisms. Saint Senara of Cornwall, who lived in a tidal cave near Land's End during the 6th century, spent over 20 years in an environment that flooded twice daily with freezing Atlantic water, with contemporary accounts describing her gradual transformation from healthy young woman to barely recognizable figure whose skin had become permanently discolored and partially deteriorated from constant water exposure. While local church authorities celebrated her obvious physical deterioration as evidence of spiritual purification rather than recognizing it as systematic environmental abuse. Archaeological investigations of traditional Senara cave sites have revealed evidence of long-term human habitation in environments that flood regularly, including primitive drainage attempts, accumulated organic matter that created health hazards, and water-damaged artifacts that demonstrate the harsh reality of maintaining human life in constantly flooded conditions. The Irish water hermit Coleman MacDuagh spent 30 years living in a sea cave on the Aran Islands that was accessible only during low tide, forcing him to remain trapped in the cave during high tide periods when it filled almost completely with seawater, creating conditions where survival required constant vigilance to maintain breathing space while being immersed in cold, turbulent water for hours at a time, twice daily. Historical records describe Coleman's gradual development of severe respiratory problems, skin conditions that made his appearance shocking to visitors, and what contemporary accounts describe as mystical visions that modern psychology would recognize as hallucinations caused by chronic hypothermia, oxygen deprivation, and the psychological stress of regularly nearly drowning in his chosen spiritual environment. Perhaps most tragically documented is the case of an unnamed female hermit discovered in a flooded cave in Brittany during the 12th century, who had apparently been living in the aquatic environment for several years before being found dead from what historical accounts describe as water-related illness, with her body showing evidence of severe skin deterioration, malnutrition, and what forensic analysis later suggested was drowning that occurred when she became too weak to maintain safe positioning during a flood cycle. St. Fursey of Ireland chose to live in a bog environment where he spent hours daily standing in stagnant water that contained high levels of organic decay and bacterial contamination, leading to chronic infections that progressively weakened his immune system, while he interpreted his increasing illness as spiritual advancement rather than recognizing it as the predictable result of prolonged exposure to contaminated aquatic environments. The Breton hermit Ronan practiced what he called baptismal living, by constructing an artificial pond that he kept filled with cold water and in which he spent most of each day, gradually developing what historical accounts describe as severe joint problems, skin conditions, and respiratory issues that made normal movement and breathing increasingly difficult, while he maintained that his systematic physical deterioration represented spiritual progress toward divine transformation. Modern medical analysis of historical accounts suggests that many aquatic hermits died from preventable water-related illnesses, including pneumonia, sepsis from infected wounds, hypothermia, and drowning accidents that occurred when their weakened condition made them unable to maintain safe positioning during flood cycles or storms that overwhelmed their already marginal survival capabilities. Archaeological evidence from former aquatic hermit sites reveals disturbing proof of the physical reality behind romanticized accounts of water spirituality. Human remains showing signs of chronic exposure-related damage, primitive living conditions in environments unsuitable for human habitation, and evidence of multiple deaths at single sites suggesting that the mortality rate among aquatic hermits was extremely high, while religious accounts typically celebrated only the few who survived long. Enough to be remembered as saints, contemporary society witnesses disturbing parallels to historical aquatic hermitage in various forms of extreme water therapy, systematic cold exposure, and environmental extremism that exploit human beliefs about water's purifying properties, while creating dangerous conditions that can result in hypothermia, drowning, infection, and death disguised as health improvement, spiritual advancement, or environmental consciousness. Modern cold water therapy and ice bath movements sometimes cross into aquatic hermit territory, when practitioners engage in extreme systematic exposure to cold water for extended periods, deliberately seek dangerous water conditions as character-building exercises, and interpret resulting physical distress and health problems as beneficial adaptation rather than recognizing potential hypothermia, cardiac stress, and infection risks that require medical attention. Certain contemporary spiritual and wellness movements promote extended water immersion and aquatic isolation as paths to spiritual purification and physical healing, including programs that involve hours of daily submersion in natural water sources, systematic exposure to contaminated or extreme temperature water, and ideological frameworks that interpret resulting illness and physical distress as detoxification or spiritual breakthrough rather than recognizing potential serious health consequences. The phenomenon of extreme, wild swimming and cold water immersion sometimes involves practices similar to historical aquatic hermitage, when participants systematically expose themselves to dangerous water conditions, refuse safety equipment and emergency protocols, and view resulting physical trauma and health problems as demonstration of mental toughness or spiritual advancement, rather than unnecessary risk-taking that serves no beneficial purpose. Mental health facilities encounter individuals who attempt to recreate aquatic hermit conditions through compulsive water exposure, systematic self-immersion in dangerous aquatic environments, prolonged submersion that risks drowning, and interpretation of resulting psychological distress and physical danger as therapeutic or spiritual experience, rather than recognizing these as symptoms of mental health crisis requiring professional intervention and safety measures. The contemporary rewilding and primitive living movements occasionally employ methodologies similar to aquatic hermitage when they promote extended exposure to harsh aquatic environments, systematic elimination of modern water safety resources, and ideological frameworks that interpret water-related suffering and health risks as inherently beneficial for human development, rather than recognizing that effective environmental education should promote both water skills and personal safety. Adventure tourism and survival experience industries sometimes offer programs involving extended aquatic challenges that echo historical hermit practices, including deliberate exposure to extreme water conditions, minimal safety equipment and emergency protocols, and marketing that celebrates aquatic suffering and danger as character building, rather than recognizing that recreational water activities should prioritize participant safety over artificial danger creation. Social media has created new forms of competitive aquatic extremism, where individuals document increasingly dangerous water survival challenges and extreme immersion experiences while receiving validation from online communities that celebrate aquatic suffering and systematic water exposure as demonstrations of mental toughness, spiritual dedication, or environmental connection, rather than recognizing these as potentially dangerous forms of unnecessary self-endangerment. Even mainstream therapeutic and wellness practices occasionally cross into aquatic hermit territory when they promote extreme water therapies, systematic cold exposure without adequate medical supervision, and ideological frameworks that interpret water-related physical distress as inherently beneficial rather than recognizing that effective therapeutic water use should promote healing and well-being rather than recreate historical patterns of water-induced self-harm. Aquatic hermitage created catastrophic psychological damage that combined the effects of chronic hypothermia, constant threat of drowning, systematic physical deterioration, and social isolation to produce rapid onset of severe mental illness and complete inability to function outside of aquatic environments, while establishing dangerous cultural precedents about the relationship between water exposure, physical suffering, and spiritual purification that continue to influence contemporary approaches to water therapy and spiritual practice. The persistent threat of drowning during sleep, storms, or periods of physical weakness created chronic traumatic stress responses that fundamentally altered aquatic hermits' neurological functioning. Constant hypervigilance about water levels and flood cycles, persistent anxiety that made normal relaxation impossible even in safe environments, sleep disorders that further compromised their ability to maintain safe positioning during flood periods, and paranoid ideation about water-related threats that made normal interaction with water psychologically traumatic. The combination of chronic hypothermia, oxygen deprivation from partial submersion, and social isolation produced rapid onset of severe psychiatric symptoms, including persistent hallucinatory experiences that typically involved aquatic themes, paranoid delusions about water-based supernatural persecution, complete loss of reality testing that made accurate assessment of drowning risk impossible, and religious mania that encouraged increasingly dangerous water exposure while preventing recognition of hypothermia and near-drowning episodes as medical emergencies rather than spiritual experiences. Perhaps most tragically, the extreme nature of aquatic living created psychological dependence on water exposure and systematic aquatic self-endangerment that made normal, safe interaction with water feel spiritually inadequate. Aquatic hermits who survived their water immersion often compulsively sought dangerous water conditions and systematic cold exposure as coping mechanisms for stress, while interpreting any water safety measures or temperature protection as spiritual weakness, rather than recognizing these as normal aspects of healthy human functioning. The chronic exposure to near-drowning conditions created persistent trauma responses that made normal water activities extremely difficult. Hypersensitivity to water, sounds that triggered panic responses, compulsive monitoring of water levels and flood conditions even in controlled environments, and persistent beliefs about the inherent spiritual significance of water suffering that made recreational swimming or normal bathing psychologically complex activities loaded with religious significance rather than simple physical maintenance. Children who grew up in communities that celebrated aquatic hermitage developed severely distorted understanding of appropriate water safety and normal aquatic interaction, often viewing water danger and systematic aquatic self-endangerment as spiritually superior to normal water safety consciousness, leading to increased drowning risk and decreased ability to learn proper swimming and water survival skills that could protect them from genuine aquatic emergencies. The normalization of extreme water exposure and systematic aquatic self-endangerment within religious contexts created cultural vulnerabilities that made populations more accepting of dangerous water practices and aquatic extremism, while discouraging development of practical water safety skills and appropriate recognition of hypothermia near drowning, and water-related medical emergencies as requiring immediate professional intervention rather than religious interpretation. Aquatic hermitage also established psychological templates for viewing water suffering and aquatic danger as spiritually beneficial rather than harmful, creating religious and therapeutic cultures that promoted rejection of normal water safety measures and systematic exposure to dangerous aquatic conditions as expressions of spiritual advancement or therapeutic benefit, rather than recognizing them as forms of systematic self-harm that served no beneficial purpose for spiritual development or physical health. Modern individuals who attempt to recreate aquatic hermit experiences often exhibit psychological patterns similar to historical practitioners, including chronic dissatisfaction with normal water temperature and safety conditions, compulsive seeking of dangerous aquatic environments and systematic cold exposure, difficulty maintaining appropriate water safety consciousness and drowning prevention awareness, and persistent beliefs that aquatic suffering and water-related physical distress are inherently more spiritually or therapeutically valuable than safe, enjoyable interaction with aquatic environments. The aquatic hermits believed that drowning themselves slowly in sacred water would wash away their sins and transform their souls, but they actually discovered that systematic water torture and deliberate hypothermia can destroy human health and sanity while providing no spiritual benefits except to the religious authorities who profited from promoting water-based self-destruction as divine purification. These weren't holy baptismal mystics achieving aquatic enlightenment. They were hypothermia victims whose water-induced medical emergencies were celebrated as spiritual achievement by observers who had never spent a single hour standing waist-deep in freezing tidal pools while slowly losing the ability to feel their extremities. If this dive into aquatic spiritual extremism has made you realize how easily water's symbolic power can be perverted into systematic self-drowning disguised as purification, smash that like button and let us know in the comments what disturbed you most about the aquatic hermit tradition of mistaking hypothermia for holiness. Share this video with anyone who needs to understand how spiritual practices can become systematic water torture when they're divorced from basic human wisdom about aquatic safety and thermal regulation. And don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification bell, because next week we're exploring the buried world of underground Anchorites, where spiritual recluses had themselves sealed into subterranean chambers and slowly suffocated their sanity in pursuit of tomb-like enlightenment. The living tombs, buried alive in self-made graves. Picture volunteering to be buried alive in a coffin-sized underground chamber, sealed beneath tons of earth with only a small breathing tube, spending decades in complete darkness, believing that living death would somehow bring you closer to resurrection. Meet the underground Anchorites, Christianity's buried saints. The tradition of underground Anchorite reclusion, emerging during the early medieval period and persisting through the Renaissance, represented perhaps the most psychologically devastating form of spiritual imprisonment ever devised, where devout Christians voluntarily submitted to burial in subterranean chambers, artificial tombs, and underground cells that replicated death and burial while maintaining minimal life support, believing that experiencing living death would prepare them for spiritual resurrection and provide direct communion with divine realms through systematic elimination of all worldly connection and sensory experience. This extreme practice developed from theological interpretations of Christ's tomb experience, early Christian martyrdom accounts, and the belief that voluntary burial could provide continuous meditation on death and afterlife, while demonstrating ultimate rejection of earthly existence through literal separation from the surface world and normal human experience. Unlike surface-based anchorites, who maintained some visual connection to churches and communities, underground recluses experienced complete burial that eliminated all natural light, normal air circulation, and environmental awareness, creating conditions that systematically destroyed mental health, while practitioners believed their psychological breakdown represented spiritual advancement toward divine unity, achieved through complete death to worldly existence. The practice attracted individuals across medieval Europe, with documented underground anchorites in England, France, Germany, Italy, and Eastern European regions, where religious authorities constructed elaborate subterranean chambers, artificial crypts, and burial complexes that could sustain minimal human life for extended periods while maintaining the essential character of living entombment that practitioners sought as ultimate spiritual discipline. Church authorities initially resisted underground anchorite practices due to their obvious resemblance to suicide and the practical difficulties of maintaining buried hermits, but eventually embraced successful underground recluses as living martyrs whose buried prayers could benefit souls in purgatory, protect communities from divine wrath, and demonstrate the Church's power to transcend normal boundaries between life and death through spiritual authority that could sustain life even in conditions designed to cause death. The construction and maintenance of underground anchorite facilities required substantial economic investment and engineering expertise, with wealthy patrons funding excavation projects, ventilation systems, food delivery mechanisms, and permanent support staff that could maintain buried hermits for decades, while generating revenue through pilgrimage tourism, prayers for the dead, and spiritual services that underground anchorites could provide from their living tombs. Perhaps most tragically, the underground anchorite tradition attracted individuals fleeing from mental illness, legal problems, family conflicts, or social persecution who saw burial as preferable to confronting their surface world difficulties, transforming what should have been psychological treatment or social support into celebrated religious spectacle that typically ended in preventable death from suffocation, infection, or psychological breakdown that occurred in underground environments, where medical intervention was impossible. The gender dynamics of underground reclusion were particularly dangerous for women, who faced additional vulnerabilities, including complete dependency on male religious authorities for survival, pregnancy complications that could occur in underground environments without medical assistance, and sexual exploitation that could occur in isolated underground locations where resistance was impossible and detection unlikely. The practice involved various forms of burial, ranging from shallow underground cells with minimal headroom to deep artificial tombs that required complex ventilation systems, with each method producing specific types of physical and psychological damage that practitioners interpreted as evidence of spiritual purification, rather than recognizing as symptoms of systematic environmental torture that served no beneficial purpose for spiritual development or community welfare. Underground anchorite burial involved systematic entombment in subterranean environments, specifically designed to replicate death conditions while maintaining minimal life support, creating psychological and physical torture through complete elimination of natural light, normal air circulation, environmental awareness, and surface world connection that gradually destroyed practitioners' sanity while they believed this systematic burial represented spiritual advancement toward divine resurrection achieved through literal experience of living death. The typical underground anchorite chamber measured between 6 and 10 feet in length, 3 to 5 feet in width, and 4 to 6 feet in height. Dimensions deliberately chosen to replicate grave proportions while providing just enough space to prevent immediate suffocation, creating environments that felt like coffins or tombs, while technically allowing survival for extended periods under carefully controlled conditions. Complete darkness was the defining characteristic of underground reclusion, with practitioners experiencing total elimination of visual stimulation for months or years at a time, leading to rapid onset of visual hallucinations, complete disruption of circadian rhythms, gradual loss of visual acuity even when artificial light was occasionally provided, and development of extreme photophobia that made any exposure to light extraordinarily painful and disorienting. Air quality in underground chambers was always compromised despite ventilation attempts, with reduced oxygen levels causing chronic headaches, cognitive impairment, and gradual brain damage, while elevated carbon dioxide concentrations triggered persistent anxiety, confusion, and respiratory distress that underground anchorites interpreted as spiritual testing rather than recognizing as symptoms of systematic oxygen deprivation that could cause permanent neurological damage. Temperature regulation was impossible in underground environments, with constant dampness and cold creating conditions that promoted respiratory infections, arthritis, skin diseases, and other chronic health problems that progressed without medical treatment, while being celebrated as evidence of spiritual purification, rather than recognized as preventable medical conditions requiring professional intervention. The psychological impact of complete burial was immediate and devastating, with underground anchorites experiencing claustrophobic panic attacks, persistent anxiety about suffocation and cave-in, complete loss of spatial orientation that made normal movement within their chambers difficult, and gradual development of agoraphobic responses that made the prospect of surface emergence more terrifying than continued burial. Sound environment in underground chambers created additional psychological torture through combination of eerie silence broken by disturbing underground noises, including dripping water, settling earth, root movements, and occasional surface sounds that were distorted and amplified by underground acoustics, creating auditory experiences that fueled paranoid delusions and hallucinatory episodes. Sanitation in underground environments was primitive and degrading, with waste disposal through crude drainage systems or accumulation in corners of chambers, creating health hazards that promoted disease transmission while producing odors that made the already confined space even more psychologically oppressive and physically uncomfortable. Food delivery to underground chambers required complex mechanical systems, including pulleys, tubes, and trapdoors that could malfunction and leave buried anchorites without nutrition for extended periods, while the quality of food that could be delivered through these systems was necessarily minimal and often spoiled, leading to malnutrition and digestive problems that compounded the effects of environmental stress. Sleep in underground environments became psychologically traumatic due to the complete inability to distinguish day from night, persistent anxiety about suffocation during unconsciousness, and the claustrophobic awareness of being surrounded by earth and completely cut off from surface world assistance, creating chronic insomnia that further compromised mental and physical health. The most extreme underground anchorites requested additional burial modifications, including reduced air supply that brought them closer to suffocation, elimination of food delivery systems that forced them to survive on accumulated supplies until starvation, and deeper burial that increased the psychological pressure of earth weight above them while making rescue impossible even in medical emergencies. The underground anchorite of Durham, documented in 12th century chronicles, spent 18 years buried beneath Durham Cathedral in a chamber that measured only 8 feet by 4 feet by 5 feet, with contemporary accounts describing his gradual transformation from articulate priest to barely coherent figure whose underground isolation produced what church authorities celebrated as prophetic visions, but which modern psychology would recognize as severe mental illness caused by prolonged sensory deprivation, oxygen reduction, and complete social isolation in tomb-like conditions. Historical records preserved in Durham Cathedral archives describe the complex engineering required to maintain the buried anchorite, including ventilation shafts, food delivery systems, and waste removal mechanisms that required constant maintenance and occasionally failed, leaving the buried hermit without adequate air or nutrition for periods that caused obvious physical deterioration and psychological distress. Archaeological investigations of the traditional Durham site have revealed evidence of long-term underground human habitation, including primitive sanitation systems, accumulated organic waste that created health hazards, and structural modifications that suggest the buried anchorite attempted to dig additional space or escape routes using improvised tools, indicating that his voluntary burial eventually became psychological imprisonment that he sought to escape. Brother Augustine of Cluny voluntarily submitted to burial in an artificial tomb beneath the monastery church in 1147, remaining underground for 12 years until his death from what historical accounts describe as underground fever, but which modern medical analysis suggests was likely pneumonia or other respiratory infection exacerbated by the damp, poorly ventilated underground environment where effective medical treatment was impossible. Contemporary monastic records describe Augustine's progressive psychological deterioration during his underground imprisonment, including development of persistent hallucinatory conversations with deceased saints, complete loss of normal time awareness, and behavioral changes that suggested cognitive impairment from chronic oxygen deprivation rather than mystical advancement toward divine communion. Perhaps most tragically documented is the case of the anonymous underground anchorite of Reims, discovered dead in her buried chamber in 1203 after apparently surviving underground for over 6 years, with forensic evidence suggesting she died from asphyxiation when her ventilation system became blocked during a storm. While her preserved writings from the final months of underground imprisonment reveal progressive psychological breakdown, including paranoid delusions about surface world, persecution and religious mania that prevented her from requesting rescue even when her survival systems began failing. The underground community of Mont Saint-Michel attempted collective burial in interconnected underground chambers during the 13th century, with 5 anchorites sealed into adjacent tomb-like cells that were connected by narrow tunnels, allowing limited communication while maintaining essential isolation from surface world contact. Historical records describe the rapid psychological deterioration of the buried community, with members developing collective delusions, engaging in underground conflicts that resulted in physical violence in confined spaces, and eventually suffering multiple deaths from cave-ins, suffocation, and infection that occurred when their underground support systems failed during winter storms that prevented surface maintenance of their burial complex. Modern archaeological excavations of former underground anchorite sites have uncovered disturbing evidence of the reality behind romanticized accounts of voluntary burial. Human remains showing signs of malnutrition and respiratory disease, primitive underground living conditions that barely sustained life, evidence of attempted escape including hand-dug tunnels and damaged chamber walls, and multiple burial sites suggesting that mortality rates among underground anchorites were extremely high. While religious accounts typically celebrated only the few who survived long enough to be remembered as saints, the underground anchorite registry maintained by medieval monasteries reveals that hundreds of individuals attempted underground burial across Europe, with documented survival periods ranging from months to decades, though modern analysis of these records suggests that many supposed long-term survivors actually died much earlier than recorded, while religious authorities continued claiming their ongoing underground presence to maintain pilgrimage revenue and spiritual authority associated with housing living saints in artificial tombs. Contemporary society witnesses disturbing parallels to historical underground anchorite burial in various forms of systematic self-entombment, extreme isolation, and deliberate sensory deprivation that exploit human fascination with death experiences and altered consciousness while creating dangerous conditions that can result in suffocation, psychological breakdown, and death disguised as spiritual advancement, therapeutic breakthrough, or personal transformation. Modern burial therapy and extreme sensory deprivation practices sometimes cross into underground anchorite territory when practitioners engage in extended periods of underground isolation, deliberate burial in confined spaces, systematic elimination of light and normal environmental cues, and interpretation of resulting claustrophobic panic and psychological distress as therapeutic breakthrough, rather than recognizing potential suffocation risk and severe psychological trauma requiring immediate professional intervention. Certain contemporary spiritual and meditation movements promote underground retreat experiences and buried meditation as paths to death awareness and spiritual transformation, including programs that involve hours or days of isolation in underground chambers, systematic elimination of surface world contact and environmental stimulation, and ideological frameworks that interpret resulting panic attacks and psychological distress as spiritual purification rather than recognizing dangerous claustrophobic responses that may require emergency evacuation and medical attention. The phenomenon of extreme urban exploration and underground living sometimes involves extended periods in confined subterranean spaces, including abandoned mines, tunnels, and artificial underground chambers that recreate many dangers of historical anchorite burial, while participants interpret their underground survival as adventure achievement rather than recognizing potential cave-in risks, toxic air exposure, and psychological effects of extended underground isolation. Mental health facilities regularly encounter individuals who attempt to recreate underground anchorite conditions through self-burial in confined spaces, construction of underground hiding places, systematic elimination of light and surface contact, and interpretation of resulting claustrophobic terror and suffocation risk as therapeutic or spiritual experience, rather than recognizing these as symptoms of severe mental health crisis requiring immediate safety intervention and professional treatment. The contemporary survival bunker and underground shelter movements occasionally develop anchorite-like characteristics when practitioners retreat to underground locations for extended periods, systematically eliminate surface world contact and environmental stimulation, and interpret resulting psychological isolation and environmental stress as beneficial preparation or spiritual discipline, rather than recognizing potential psychological breakdown and physical health risks from extended underground living. Adventure tourism and extreme experience industries sometimes offer programs involving underground isolation and confined space challenges that echo historical anchorite practices, including deliberate burial experiences, underground survival challenges, and marketed programs that celebrate underground suffering and claustrophobic endurance as character development, rather than recognizing that recreational activities should prioritize participant safety over artificial danger creation and psychological stress induction. Social media has created new forms of competitive underground challenges, where individuals document increasingly extreme burial experiences and confined space survival, while receiving validation from online communities that celebrate underground endurance and systematic self-entombment as demonstrations of mental toughness or spiritual dedication, rather than recognizing these as potentially dangerous forms of unnecessary self-endangerment that serve no beneficial purpose. Even mainstream therapeutic practices occasionally cross into dangerous territory when they employ extended sensory deprivation, underground isolation experiences, and systematic elimination of environmental stimulation, while promoting ideological frameworks that interpret resulting panic responses and claustrophobic distress as therapeutic breakthrough, rather than recognizing that effective therapy should promote psychological well-being and safety, rather than recreate historical patterns of systematic self-burial and environmental torture. Underground Anchorite burial created the most catastrophic psychological damage documented in any form of spiritual reclusion, combining the effects of complete sensory deprivation, chronic oxygen reduction, claustrophobic terror, and systematic social isolation to produce rapid onset of severe mental illness that fundamentally destroyed practitioners' capacity for normal human functioning, while establishing dangerous cultural precedents about the relationship between death simulation, burial, experiences, and spiritual achievement that continue to influence contemporary approaches to death awareness and spiritual practice. The complete elimination of natural light and normal environmental cues produced immediate and severe neurological disruption, including persistent hallucinatory experiences that typically involved underground themes, complete loss of normal time perception that made hours feel like days or years, profound disorientation about spatial relationships and personal identity, and gradual cognitive deterioration that made logical thinking and memory formation increasingly difficult as burial periods extended over months and years. The persistent threat of suffocation and cave-in created chronic traumatic stress responses that fundamentally altered buried Anchorites' brain chemistry and nervous system functioning. Constant hypervigilance about air quality and structural stability, persistent panic attacks triggered by any change in underground conditions, sleep disorders that made rest impossible in environments where unconsciousness felt like potential death, and paranoid ideation about burial-related threats that persisted even when Anchorites eventually emerged from their underground imprisonment. Perhaps most devastatingly, the extreme nature of underground burial created complete psychological dependence on entombment and death-like conditions that made normal surface existence feel overwhelming and spiritually inadequate. Underground Anchorites who survived their burial often compulsively sought confined, dark spaces and systematic environmental deprivation as coping mechanisms for normal life stress, while interpreting any comfort, light, or environmental stimulation as spiritual contamination rather than recognizing these as normal aspects of healthy human functioning. The chronic exposure to near-death conditions created persistent trauma responses that made normal life activities psychologically impossible. Extreme agoraphobia triggered by open spaces and natural environments, hypersensitivity to light and sound that made normal sensory experiences overwhelming, compulsive behaviors related to breath monitoring and air quality assessment, and persistent beliefs about the inherent spiritual danger of surface world existence that made social reintegration impossible even when Anchorites expressed desire to return to normal human community. Children who grew up in communities that celebrated underground Anchorite burial developed severely distorted understanding of death, spiritual practice, and normal human environmental needs, often viewing burial and systematic self-entombment as spiritually superior to normal life activities, while developing chronic anxiety about death and underground spaces that could persist throughout their lives and influence their own spiritual choices and mental health outcomes. The normalization of systematic self-burial and death simulation within religious contexts created cultural vulnerabilities that made populations more accepting of dangerous spiritual practices and systematic environmental deprivation, while discouraging recognition and treatment of claustrophobic disorders, panic conditions, and other mental health issues that could benefit from professional intervention rather than religious interpretation that framed psychological distress as spiritual advancement. Underground Anchorite burial also established psychological templates for viewing death simulation and systematic self-entombment as spiritually beneficial rather than harmful, creating religious cultures that promoted rejection of normal environmental comfort and systematic exposure to suffocation risk as expressions of spiritual advancement, rather than recognizing them as forms of systematic self-harm that served no beneficial purpose for spiritual development or psychological well-being. Modern individuals who attempt to recreate underground Anchorite experiences often exhibit psychological patterns similar to historical practitioners, including chronic dissatisfaction with normal environmental comfort and safety, compulsive seeking of confined spaces and systematic sensory deprivation, difficulty maintaining normal relationships with light, air, and surface world activities, and persistent beliefs that burial experiences and death simulation are inherently more spiritually valuable than healthy engagement with normal life activities and environmental stimulation. The underground Anchorites believed that burying themselves alive would resurrect their souls, but they actually discovered that systematic self-entombment and deliberate suffocation can destroy human consciousness while providing no spiritual benefits except to the religious authorities who profited from promoting voluntary burial as the ultimate expression of faith and devotion to divine will. These weren't enlightened death mystics achieving resurrection consciousness. They were suffocation victims whose underground medical emergencies were celebrated as spiritual achievement by observers who had never spent a single hour buried alive in a coffin-sized chamber while slowly running out of breathable air. If this descent into underground spiritual extremism has made you realize how easily death awareness can be perverted into systematic self-burial disguised as spiritual advancement, smash that like button and tell us in the comments what horrified you most about the underground Anchorite tradition of mistaking suffocation for sanctification. Share this video with anyone who needs to understand how spiritual practices can become systematic self-entombment when they're divorced from basic human wisdom about life preservation and psychological well-being. And don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification bell, because next week we're exploring the final frontier of spiritual reclusion. The sky hermits who built platforms on mountain peaks and slowly froze to death while believing altitude would elevate their souls to divine heights. The sky seekers, frozen saints on heaven's doorstep. Imagine climbing to 15,000 feet above sea level with nothing but rags for clothing, building a stone hut on a windswept peak, and spending the next 20 years slowly dying from altitude sickness and hypothermia while believing that proximity to heaven would make you holy. Meet the mountain hermits, Christianity's highest recluses. The tradition of extreme altitude hermitage, emerging in mountainous regions across Europe, Asia, and the Americas from the early medieval period through the modern era, represented one of the most physically punishing forms of spiritual reclusion ever attempted, where devout believers voluntarily subjected themselves to the systematic torture of high-altitude survival, believing that literal elevation above sea level would bring them closer to divine realms while demonstrating ultimate rejection of earthly comforts through systematic exposure to conditions that would kill most humans within days or weeks of sustained exposure. This extreme practice developed from theological interpretations of biblical accounts of prophets encountering God on mountaintops, Christ's transfiguration on Mount Tabor, and the belief that physical elevation toward heaven created corresponding spiritual elevation that justified any amount of suffering, oxygen deprivation, and environmental torture that high-altitude survival required in pre-modern conditions without adequate equipment or medical understanding. Unlike lowland hermitage that provided some environmental predictability, mountain peak reclusion involved constant exposure to deadly weather conditions, including sudden storms that could last for days, temperature swings that ranged from scorching sun to life-threatening cold within hours, and altitude effects that systematically damaged brain function, while practitioners interpreted their cognitive deterioration as mystical advancement toward divine consciousness achieved through systematic physical destruction. The practice attracted individuals across mountainous regions worldwide, with documented high-altitude hermits in the Alps, Pyrenees, Himalayas, Andes, and other mountain ranges, where religious traditions developed around peak-dwelling recluses, whose survival against impossible odds was interpreted as miraculous intervention rather than recognized as temporary adaptation to conditions that inevitably resulted in death from altitude-related illnesses, exposure, or accidents that were entirely preventable at lower elevations. Church and religious authorities initially resisted mountain hermitage due to its obvious mortality risks and the practical impossibility of providing support to hermits living above the tree line in conditions where normal human survival was impossible, but eventually embraced successful mountain hermits as living proof of divine protection and spiritual power that could control weather, prevent avalanches, and provide mountain protection services that generated substantial revenue through pilgrimage tourism and donations from communities that depended on mountain resources and safe passage through dangerous alpine terrain. The economic infrastructure required to support high-altitude hermits was minimal by necessity, as the extreme conditions made regular supply delivery impossible, forcing mountain hermits to survive on cached supplies, occasional deliveries during brief weather windows, and whatever they could gather from the virtually barren high-altitude environment, creating survival challenges that required constant struggle against starvation, dehydration, and exposure that would eliminate most practitioners within months of attempting mountain peak residence. Perhaps most tragically, the mountain hermit tradition attracted individuals fleeing from mental illness, legal problems, or social persecution, who saw high-altitude isolation as preferable to confronting their lowland difficulties, transforming what should have been psychological treatment or social support into celebrated religious spectacle that typically ended in preventable death from altitude sickness, hypothermia, avalanche, or mountain accidents that occurred when weakened hermits could no longer maintain safe practices in extremely dangerous alpine environments. The gender dynamics of mountain hermitage were particularly deadly for women, who faced additional vulnerabilities, including increased susceptibility to altitude sickness, pregnancy complications that could occur at elevation without medical assistance, and complete dependency on male support networks for survival supplies that could be withheld or used as leverage for sexual exploitation in isolated mountain locations where resistance was impossible and escape routes were eliminated by geographical barriers. The practice involved various forms of high-altitude exposure, ranging from permanent residence above tree line to seasonal migration to extreme peaks, with each approach producing specific types of altitude-related damage, including chronic mountain sickness, high-altitude pulmonary edema, and cognitive impairment that practitioners interpreted as spiritual purification, rather than recognizing as symptoms of systematic oxygen deprivation that cause permanent brain damage while serving no beneficial spiritual purpose. Mountain peak hermitage involved systematic exposure to high-altitude conditions, specifically designed to push human survival capabilities beyond normal limits through deliberate elimination of environmental protection, adequate nutrition, and medical support, while forcing practitioners to maintain life at elevations where oxygen deprivation, temperature extremes, and weather violence would systematically destroy their health, while they believed this environmental torture represented spiritual advancement toward divine consciousness achieved through literal proximity to heaven. The typical mountain hermit shelter consisted of a crude stone hut or natural cave located above 10,000 feet elevation, deliberately chosen for maximum exposure to weather extremes rather than protection, with construction that provided minimal insulation against temperatures that regularly dropped below zero, while offering no protection from winds that could exceed 100 miles per hour during mountain storms that lasted for days without warning or respite. Oxygen deprivation at high altitude created immediate and progressive health damage that mountain hermits experienced as constant physical torture, chronic headaches that never ceased, persistent nausea and vomiting that made eating difficult, cognitive impairment that gradually destroyed memory and reasoning ability, and eventual development of high-altitude cerebral edema that caused hallucinations, confusion, and brain damage that hermits interpreted as mystical visions rather than recognizing as medical emergencies requiring immediate descent to survivable elevations. Temperature regulation became impossible at high altitude, with mountain hermits experiencing hypothermia on a daily basis as their bodies lost the ability to maintain core temperature in environments where wind chill could create effective temperatures of 50 degrees below zero, even during summer months, leading to frostbite, circulation damage, and eventual tissue death that progressed without medical treatment while being celebrated as evidence of spiritual purification rather than recognized as preventable medical catastrophes. Weather exposure at mountain peaks was constant and life-threatening, with hermits experiencing direct impact from storms that included hurricane-force winds, lightning strikes, hail that could cause serious injuries, and sudden blizzards that could last for weeks, while burying hermit shelters under tons of snow that made escape impossible and survival dependent entirely on cache supplies that were often inadequate for extended siege conditions. Nutrition at high altitude was severely compromised by the combination of increased caloric requirements for survival in extreme conditions and the virtual impossibility of obtaining adequate food at elevations above tree line. Mountain hermits typically survived on dried provisions that quickly became inadequate, experienced appetite suppression from altitude sickness that prevented adequate nutrition even when food was available, and gradually developed malnutrition and vitamin deficiency. Diseases that weakened their immune systems and made them vulnerable to infections that could prove fatal without medical intervention. Water acquisition at high altitude required constant effort and posed ongoing dangers, with hermits forced to melt snow and ice for drinking water using primitive methods that provided inadequate hydration while exposing them to additional cold and weather dangers. While dehydration from altitude exposure and dry mountain air created chronic kidney problems and circulation issues that compounded the effects of oxygen deprivation and temperature stress. Sleep at high altitude became psychologically and physically traumatic due to altitude-induced sleep disorders, persistent anxiety about weather changes and avalanche risk, and the inability to maintain adequate body temperature during rest periods when physical activity wasn't generating heat, creating chronic exhaustion that further compromised cognitive function and physical coordination essential for survival in dangerous mountain environments. The psychological effects of high-altitude isolation were severe and rapid, with mountain hermits developing persistent hallucinatory experiences caused by oxygen deprivation, complete loss of time awareness due to extreme weather patterns that eliminated normal day-night cycles, and gradual cognitive deterioration that made basic survival decisions increasingly difficult, while practitioners interpreted their mental breakdown as spiritual advancement rather than recognizing it as altitude-induced brain damage requiring immediate medical intervention. The most extreme mountain hermits deliberately chose peaks above 15,000 feet, where human survival was virtually impossible, refused shelter improvements that could increase survival chances, and interpreted near-death experiences from altitude sickness and exposure as divine communications, rather than recognizing them as medical emergencies that required immediate descent to survivable elevations. Sant Romedio of Trentino spent over 30 years living on a mountain peak in the Italian Alps at approximately 12,000 feet elevation, with contemporary 15th century accounts describing his gradual transformation from robust mountain guide to emaciated figure whose prolonged high-altitude exposure produced what church authorities celebrated as mystical visions, but which modern altitude medicine would recognize as chronic mountain sickness combined with high-altitude cerebral edema that caused persistent hallucinations, cognitive impairment, and eventual brain damage from systematic oxygen deprivation. Historical records preserved in Trentino monastery archives describe the extreme measures required to maintain Romedio's mountain hermitage, including dangerous supply expeditions that resulted in multiple deaths among supporters who attempted to reach his peak location during winter storms, while his own writings from the final years of mountain isolation revealed progressive mental deterioration, including loss of language skills, inability to recognize familiar people, and complete disconnection from reality that church authorities interpreted as increasing mystical advancement rather than obvious medical catastrophe. Archaeological investigations of traditional Romedio peak sites have revealed evidence of long-term high-altitude habitation, including primitive shelter construction that provided virtually no protection from alpine weather, accumulated refuse that suggests chronic malnutrition and inadequate food supplies, and human remains that show evidence of severe altitude-related health damage, including enlarged heart chambers, lung scarring, and bone deterioration consistent with prolonged exposure to oxygen-depleted environments. The Himalayan hermit Milarepa, documented in 11th century Tibetan sources, spent decades living in caves above 16,000 feet elevation, where he survived on nettle soup and meditation, while developing what traditional accounts describe as supernatural powers, but which modern medical analysis suggests were hallucinations and cognitive changes caused by chronic altitude sickness, malnutrition, and social isolation that created altered states of consciousness that were interpreted as spiritual achievement, rather than recognized as symptoms of environmental poisoning and systematic self-starvation. Contemporary Tibetan medical texts describe Milarepa's physical appearance after years of high-altitude hermitage as shocking even to experienced mountain dwellers, with his skin turned green from nettle consumption, his body reduced to skeletal proportions from chronic malnutrition, and his behavior so altered by altitude exposure that he could barely communicate coherently with visitors who made the dangerous journey to his mountain retreat. Perhaps most tragically documented is the case of the anonymous mountain hermit of Mount Washington, discovered frozen to death in 1642 after spending 3 years attempting to maintain permanent residence above treeline on New England's most dangerous peak, with evidence suggesting he died during a winter storm that was entirely predictable and survivable if he had maintained shelter at lower elevation rather than insisting on peak residence that exposed him to weather conditions that killed even experienced mountaineers with modern equipment. The mountain hermit community of the Pyrenees attempted collective high-altitude living in interconnected caves above 11,000 feet during the 14th century, with 7 hermits establishing what they believed would be a permanent mountain monastery until altitude sickness, avalanches, and exposure killed 5 members within 2 years, while the survivors descended with permanent disability from altitude-related brain damage, lung scarring, and frostbite injuries that required amputation of extremities damaged by prolonged exposure to high-altitude conditions. Modern mountain rescue records from European alpine regions document dozens of cases where supposed hermits or spiritual seekers were found dead or dying from altitude exposure after attempting to recreate historical mountain hermitage practices without understanding the medical realities of high-altitude survival or the specialized equipment and support systems required for even temporary residence at elevations that historical hermits somehow survived for extended periods. Forensic analysis of remains discovered at former mountain hermit sites reveals disturbing evidence of the physical reality behind romanticized accounts of alpine spirituality. Skeletal remains showing signs of chronic malnutrition and altitude-related bone changes, evidence of repeated frostbite and cold injuries, and shelter remains that provided virtually no protection from alpine weather conditions that regularly kill experienced mountaineers with modern equipment and emergency support systems. Contemporary society witnesses disturbing parallels to historical mountain hermitage in various forms of extreme altitude challenges, high elevation survival experiences, and systematic mountain exposure that exploit human fascination with peak experiences and altitude-induced altered consciousness, while creating dangerous conditions that can result in altitude sickness, hypothermia, and death disguised as spiritual advancement, personal achievement, or environmental consciousness. Modern altitude training and extreme mountaineering sometimes cross into mountain hermit territory when practitioners engage in extended high-altitude exposure without adequate medical supervision, deliberately seek dangerous peak conditions as character-building exercises, and interpret resulting altitude sickness and cognitive impairment as beneficial adaptation rather than recognizing potential high-altitude cerebral edema, pulmonary edema, and other medical emergencies requiring immediate descent and professional intervention. Certain contemporary spiritual and meditation movements promote high-altitude retreats and mountain peak experiences as paths to altered consciousness and spiritual transformation, including programs that involve weeks of residence above treeline, systematic exposure to altitude stress and weather extremes, and ideological frameworks that interpret resulting altitude sickness and psychological distress as spiritual purification rather than recognizing dangerous physiological responses that may require emergency evacuation and medical treatment. The phenomenon of extreme solo mountaineering and unsupported peak attempts sometimes involves practices similar to historical mountain hermitage, when climbers deliberately eliminate safety equipment and support systems, refuse emergency communication devices, and view resulting survival challenges and near-death experiences as demonstration of mental toughness or spiritual achievement, rather than unnecessary risk-taking that serves no beneficial purpose while creating serious rescue hazards. For emergency personnel, mental health facilities encounter individuals who attempt to recreate mountain hermit conditions through high-altitude isolation, extended exposure to mountain weather without adequate protection, and interpretation of resulting altitude-induced psychological distress and cognitive impairment as therapeutic or spiritual experience, rather than recognizing these as symptoms of altitude sickness and mental health crisis requiring immediate descent to safe elevation and professional treatment. The contemporary wilderness therapy and outdoor education industries sometimes employ methodologies similar to mountain hermitage when they promote extended exposure to high-altitude conditions, systematic elimination of comfort and safety resources at elevation, and ideological frameworks that interpret altitude-related suffering and cognitive impairment as inherently beneficial for character development, rather than recognizing that effective outdoor education should promote both mountain skills and altitude safety awareness. Adventure tourism and extreme experience industries offer programs involving high-altitude survival challenges that echo historical hermit practices, including deliberate exposure to altitude stress, minimal safety equipment, and emergency protocols at elevation, and marketing that celebrates altitude suffering and mountain endurance as personal transformation, rather than recognizing that recreational mountain activities should prioritize participant safety over artificial danger creation and altitude exposure. Social media has created new forms of competitive altitude challenges where individuals document increasingly extreme high-elevation survival experiences and mountain isolation while receiving validation from online communities that celebrate altitude endurance and systematic mountain exposure as demonstrations of mental toughness or environmental consciousness, rather than recognizing these as potentially dangerous forms of unnecessary self-endangerment that ignore basic principles of mountain safety and altitude physiology. Even mainstream outdoor recreation and mountain sports occasionally cross into dangerous territory when they promote altitude exposure as character development, encourage participants to ignore altitude sickness symptoms as weakness rather than medical warning signs, and fail to maintain adequate safety protocols for high-elevation activities that can result in serious altitude-related medical emergencies rather than beneficial outdoor experiences. Mountain peak hermitage created the most environmentally specific psychological damage documented in spiritual reclusion practices, combining the effects of chronic oxygen deprivation, altitude-induced brain chemistry changes, extreme social isolation, and constant survival stress to produce rapid onset of altitude-related mental illness that fundamentally altered practitioners' neurological functioning, while establishing dangerous cultural precedents about the relationship between altitude exposure, altered consciousness, and spiritual achievement that continue to influence contemporary approaches to mountain spirituality and altitude experiences. The systematic oxygen deprivation experienced at high altitude produced immediate and progressive neurological damage, including persistent hallucinatory experiences that were often vivid and complex, complete loss of normal cognitive function, including memory formation and logical reasoning, personality changes that made mountain hermits unrecognizable to people who had known them before altitude exposure, and eventual development of high-altitude dementia that made normal human communication and behavior impossible even when hermits descended to survivable elevations. The combination of altitude stress, social isolation, and constant survival challenges created unique trauma responses that persisted long after mountain exposure ended. Persistent anxiety about weather changes and altitude conditions even at sea level. Compulsive monitoring of breathing and oxygen levels that made normal respiratory function feel inadequate. Chronic hypervigilance about mountain hazards that made normal outdoor activities psychologically overwhelming, and paranoid ideation about altitude-related threats that persisted even in completely safe lowland environments. Perhaps most devastatingly, the extreme nature of high-altitude survival created complete psychological dependence on altitude stress and mountain exposure that made normal elevation feel spiritually and physically inadequate. Mountain hermits who survived their peak isolation often compulsively sought dangerous high-altitude conditions and systematic oxygen deprivation as coping mechanisms for normal life stress, while interpreting any comfort, adequate oxygen, or environmental protection as spiritual weakness, rather than recognizing these as normal aspects of healthy human functioning. The chronic exposure to near-death conditions from altitude sickness and mountain exposure created persistent trauma responses that made normal life activities psychologically impossible. Extreme claustrophobia triggered by indoor environments and low-altitude spaces, hypersensitivity to barometric pressure changes that made weather variations overwhelming, compulsive behaviors related to altitude acclimatization and oxygen monitoring, and persistent beliefs about the inherent spiritual superiority of high-altitude suffering that made social reintegration impossible, even when mountain hermits expressed desire to return to normal human community at safe elevations. Children who grew up in mountain communities that celebrated high-altitude hermitage developed severely distorted understanding of altitude safety, mountain risks, and normal environmental interaction, often viewing altitude exposure and systematic mountain self-endangerment as spiritually superior to normal mountain safety consciousness, while developing chronic anxiety about altitude and mountain environments that could persist throughout their lives and influence their own outdoor choices and risk assessment capabilities. The normalization of extreme altitude exposure and systematic mountain self-endangerment within religious contexts created cultural vulnerabilities that made mountain populations more accepting of dangerous high-altitude practices and altitude extremism, while discouraging recognition and treatment of altitude sickness, mountain-related anxiety disorders, and other altitude-specific mental health issues that could benefit from professional intervention rather than religious interpretation that framed altitude-related psychological distress as spiritual advancement. Mountain hermitage also established psychological templates for viewing altitude suffering and high elevation exposure as spiritually beneficial rather than harmful, creating religious and outdoor cultures that promoted rejection of normal altitude safety measures and systematic exposure to dangerous mountain conditions as expressions of spiritual advancement or outdoor achievement, rather than recognizing them as forms of systematic self-harm that served no beneficial purpose for spiritual development or mountain skills education. Modern individuals who attempt to recreate mountain hermit experiences often exhibit psychological patterns similar to historical practitioners, including chronic dissatisfaction with normal altitude and environmental comfort, compulsive seeking of dangerous high-elevation conditions and systematic altitude exposure, difficulty maintaining appropriate mountain safety consciousness and altitude risk assessment, and persistent beliefs that altitude suffering and mountain-related physical distress are inherently more spiritually or personally valuable than safe, sustainable interaction with mountain environments that promotes both peak experiences and long-term survival. The mountain hermits believed that climbing closer to heaven would elevate their souls, but they actually discovered that systematic altitude exposure and deliberate oxygen deprivation can destroy human brain function while providing no spiritual benefits except to the religious authorities who profited from promoting high-altitude self-destruction as the ultimate expression of reaching toward divine realms. These weren't enlightened peak mystics achieving alpine enlightenment. They were altitude sickness victims whose mountain-induced medical emergencies were celebrated as spiritual achievement by observers who had never spent a single day struggling to breathe at 15,000 feet while slowly losing cognitive function from chronic oxygen deprivation. If this ascent into high-altitude spiritual extremism has made you realize how easily the desire for peak experiences can be perverted into systematic mountain self-endangerment disguised as spiritual advancement, smash that like button and tell us in the comments what shocked you most about the mountain hermit tradition of mistaking altitude sickness for divine revelation. Share this video with anyone who needs to understand how spiritual practices can become systematic altitude abuse when they're divorced from basic human wisdom about mountain safety and physiological limits. And don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification bell, because next week we're concluding our journey through spiritual reclusion with the most extreme hermits of all, the void seekers who attempted to eliminate their own existence entirely while remaining technically alive, discovering that the ultimate spiritual prison is the complete erasure of human consciousness itself. The void seekers, erasing existence in the name of God. Imagine systematically destroying every aspect of your humanity. Memory, personality, language, even basic survival instincts, while remaining technically alive, believing that complete self-erasure would transform you into a pure vessel for divine consciousness. Meet the Void Seekers, the ultimate spiritual recluses who sought to become nothing. The tradition of void seeking, emerging sporadically throughout Christian history, but reaching its most extreme expression during periods of mystical fervor in medieval and early modern Europe, represented the absolute endpoint of spiritual reclusion, where practitioners deliberately attempted to eliminate all aspects of human consciousness, personality, and individual existence while maintaining minimal biological functions, believing that complete self-annihilation would create perfect receptivity to divine union by removing every trace of human ego, desire, memory, and individual identity that could interfere with total spiritual transformation. This ultimate form of spiritual reclusion developed from theological interpretations of mystical union texts, particularly those describing the necessity of complete ego death for divine merger, combined with extreme interpretations of Christ's teaching about losing one's life to find it, leading practitioners to pursue literal elimination of human consciousness as the highest possible spiritual achievement that could only be attained through systematic destruction of every aspect of normal human psychological functioning. Unlike other forms of hermitage that maintained some recognizable human characteristics, void seeking involved deliberate pursuit of psychological states indistinguishable from severe mental illness, including elimination of memory, language, personality, and basic cognitive function through techniques that would be considered torture in any secular context, but were celebrated as ultimate spiritual achievement when successfully implemented by religious practitioners who managed to survive the systematic destruction of their human consciousness. The practice attracted individuals who had typically exhausted other forms of extreme asceticism and sought even more radical spiritual transformation, including former stylites, cave hermits, and desert fathers, who viewed conventional hermitage as insufficient for achieving the total spiritual breakthrough they sought through complete elimination of human identity and individual existence. Church authorities were deeply divided about void-seeking practices. with some condemning them as indistinguishable from suicide or madness, while others celebrated successful void seekers as having achieved the ultimate spiritual goal of complete union with divine consciousness through total elimination of human ego and individual will that interfered with perfect spiritual receptivity. The economic and social infrastructure surrounding void seeking was minimal and controversial, as practitioners who successfully achieved their goals of complete self-elimination could no longer function as normal hermits who provided spiritual guidance, prayers, or other services that justified community support, leaving only their physical presence as evidence of extreme spiritual achievement that some viewed as holy, while others saw as horrifying examples of religion-induced madness. Perhaps most tragically, the void-seeking tradition attracted individuals suffering from severe mental illness, trauma, or suicidal ideation, who saw complete self-elimination as religiously sanctified escape from psychological pain, transforming what should have been medical treatment into celebrated spiritual practice that often resulted in death or permanent psychological damage that was interpreted as successful spiritual transformation rather than recognized as preventable human tragedy. The gender dynamics of void-seeking were particularly complex, with female practitioners facing additional vulnerabilities, including interpretation of their self-elimination as proof of feminine spiritual weakness, requiring masculine religious guidance, exploitation by male religious authorities who claimed special ability to interpret their unconscious spiritual states, and complete loss of any capacity for self-protection or resistance to abuse once they had successfully eliminated their human consciousness and individual will. The practice involved various techniques for achieving complete self-elimination, including systematic memory destruction, deliberate personality dissolution, elimination of language and communication abilities, and cessation of all voluntary mental activity while maintaining minimal biological functions necessary to demonstrate that spiritual transformation, rather than simple death, had been achieved through religious rather than medical means. Void-seeking involved the most psychologically destructive techniques ever devised for spiritual purposes, employing systematic methods designed to completely eliminate human consciousness, personality, memory, and individual identity while maintaining minimal biological functions that could demonstrate successful spiritual transformation rather than simple death, creating conditions that deliberately induced what modern psychology would recognize as severe dissociative disorders. Complete personality dissolution and permanent cognitive destruction that were celebrated as ultimate spiritual achievement rather than recognized as systematic psychological torture that served no beneficial purpose for human development or spiritual growth. The primary technique for achieving void states involved systematic memory elimination through repetitive meditation practices designed to identify and destroy every trace of personal history, individual experience, learned knowledge, and emotional attachment until practitioners could no longer remember their names, recognize familiar people, recall their personal histories, or access any information that distinguished them as individual human beings rather than empty vessels ready for divine consciousness. Language destruction was pursued through deliberate elimination of speech, reading, writing, and even internal verbal thought processes, with practitioners systematically forgetting words, losing ability to understand communication, and eventually reaching states where they could no longer think in linguistic terms or respond to verbal stimuli, creating complete disconnection from normal human communication and social interaction that made them entirely dependent on others for basic survival. While demonstrating successful elimination of human cognitive function, Personality dissolution involved systematic identification and destruction of all individual characteristics, preferences, emotional responses, and behavioral patterns that distinguished practitioners as unique human beings, with successful void seekers becoming completely unresponsive to stimuli that would normally trigger individual reactions, displaying no recognizable personality traits, and exhibiting behavior that was so devoid of human characteristics that observers couldn't identify any. Evidence of individual consciousness or personal identity. The elimination of desire and will required practitioners to systematically destroy every trace of personal motivation, preference, or goal-directed behavior until they reached states of complete psychological passivity where they would not eat, drink, move, or respond to environmental stimuli without external direction, creating conditions that required constant care to prevent death while demonstrating successful elimination of human autonomy and individual agency. Advanced void-seeking techniques included deliberate induction of catatonic states, where practitioners would remain motionless for days or weeks while maintaining basic life functions, systematic destruction of sensory processing that eliminated their ability to interpret visual, auditory, or tactile stimuli as meaningful information, and achievement of persistent vegetative-like states where biological functions continued while all evidence of consciousness, awareness, or individual identity had been successfully eliminated through spiritual rather than medical means. The most extreme void seekers attempted to achieve what they called living death, where every aspect of human consciousness had been destroyed, while biological functions remained sufficient to demonstrate that spiritual transformation, rather than simple mortality, had been achieved through religious discipline and divine intervention, rather than medical catastrophe or psychological breakdown. Perhaps most disturbing was the systematic nature of void-seeking practices, which involved detailed protocols for eliminating specific aspects of human consciousness in predetermined sequences designed to prevent premature death while ensuring complete psychological destruction, creating instruction manuals for systematic self-induced mental illness that were preserved and transmitted as sacred spiritual techniques rather than recognized as blueprints for psychological torture and human consciousness destruction. The psychological monitoring of void-seeking progress involved observers who tracked practitioners' elimination of human characteristics, celebrated signs of increasing psychological destruction as spiritual advancement, and provided minimal life support to prevent death while ensuring continued progress toward complete self-elimination that would demonstrate successful achievement of ultimate spiritual goals through systematic destruction of everything that made practitioners recognizably human. The anonymous void seeker of Cluny, documented in 12th century monastic records, spent 7 years systematically eliminating his human consciousness through techniques that progressively destroyed his memory, language, personality, and individual identity, until he reached a state that contemporary observers described as living sainthood, but which modern psychological analysis would recognize as severe dissociative identity disorder, combined with systematic cognitive destruction that required constant care to prevent death from neglect of basic survival needs. Monastery archives preserve detailed accounts of his transformation from articulate theologian to unresponsive figure who could no longer recognize his own name, respond to familiar people, or demonstrate any evidence of individual consciousness while maintaining basic biological functions that convinced religious authorities he had achieved perfect spiritual union through complete elimination of human ego and individual existence. Archaeological investigations of traditional Cluny sites have revealed specialized facilities for housing void seekers, including cells designed to prevent self-harm while providing minimal stimulation, feeding apparatus for individuals who could no longer eat voluntarily, and observation areas where religious authorities could monitor the progress of consciousness elimination without interfering with the spiritual process of systematic self-destruction. Sister Marguerite the Void, documented in 14th century French convent records, underwent systematic personality dissolution over 5 years that progressively eliminated her ability to speak, recognize familiar objects, respond to her name, or demonstrate any individual preferences or characteristics until she achieved what religious authorities celebrated as perfect bridal union with Christ through complete elimination of human identity and personal will. Contemporary medical accounts preserved in convent archives describe her gradual transformation from vibrant young woman to unresponsive figure who required feeding, cleaning, and positioning like an infant while displaying no recognition of human faces, language, or environmental stimuli that would normally trigger individual responses. Perhaps most tragically documented is the case of Brother Thomas the Erased, who successfully achieved complete void status in 1456 after 3 years of systematic consciousness elimination, but survived in his achieved state for over 20 years, requiring constant care while providing no evidence of individual awareness, personality, or human consciousness, with religious authorities maintaining him as proof of ultimate spiritual achievement, while modern analysis suggests he had induced a permanent vegetative state through systematic psychological self-torture, rather than achieving any beneficial spiritual transformation. The void-seeking community of Mount Athos attempted collective consciousness elimination in the 15th century, with 12 monks pursuing systematic self-erasure through coordinated techniques designed to eliminate their individual identities while maintaining group biological functions that could demonstrate successful spiritual transformation of an entire religious community through complete elimination of human ego and personal identity. Historical records describe the gradual success of their void-seeking practices, with increasing numbers of community members reaching states of complete unresponsiveness that required external care, while their achieved void status was celebrated as unprecedented spiritual achievement that proved the ultimate effectiveness of Christian mystical techniques for transcending human limitations through systematic consciousness destruction. Modern neurological analysis of historical void-seeking accounts suggests that successful practitioners had induced severe dissociative disorders, catatonic states, and possibly permanent brain damage through systematic psychological techniques that deliberately destroyed normal cognitive function while maintaining basic life support systems that prevented immediate death, but required ongoing care for individuals who had successfully eliminated their human consciousness and individual identity. Forensic investigations of former void-seeking sites have uncovered evidence of specialized care facilities, feeding and hygiene equipment for non-responsive individuals, and architectural modifications designed to house people who had successfully eliminated their human consciousness while maintaining biological functions that demonstrated spiritual transformation rather than simple medical catastrophe or psychological breakdown requiring therapeutic intervention. Contemporary society witnesses disturbing parallels to historical void-seeking in various forms of extreme meditation practices, systematic ego destruction techniques, and deliberate consciousness elimination that exploit human desires for transcendence and spiritual transformation, while creating dangerous conditions that can result in dissociative disorders, complete personality breakdown, and permanent psychological damage disguised as spiritual advancement, therapeutic breakthrough, or consciousness expansion. Modern ego death and extreme meditation movements sometimes cross into void-seeking territory, when practitioners engage in systematic elimination of personal identity, deliberate destruction of memory and individual characteristics, prolonged meditation retreats designed to eliminate normal consciousness, and interpretation of resulting dissociative episodes and personality breakdown as spiritual achievement rather than recognizing potential psychological damage requiring professional intervention and therapeutic support. Certain contemporary spiritual and therapeutic movements promote complete ego dissolution and systematic elimination of individual identity as paths to enlightenment and psychological healing, including programs that involve extended isolation designed to break down normal personality structure, systematic elimination of personal history and individual characteristics, and ideological frameworks that interpret resulting psychological breakdown and dissociative states as beneficial. Transformation, rather than recognizing dangerous psychological manipulation that may cause permanent personality damage. The phenomenon of extreme consciousness hacking and systematic psychedelic use sometimes involves practices similar to historical void-seeking when participants deliberately pursue complete ego elimination, systematic destruction of individual identity and personal boundaries, and interpretation of resulting psychological fragmentation and dissociative experiences as consciousness expansion, rather than recognizing potential permanent psychological damage and increased risk of severe mental illness requiring professional treatment. Mental health facilities regularly encounter individuals who attempt to recreate void-seeking conditions through systematic elimination of personal identity, deliberate induction of dissociative states, prolonged isolation designed to break down normal personality function, and interpretation of resulting psychological breakdown and loss of individual consciousness as spiritual or therapeutic achievement, rather than recognizing these as symptoms of severe dissociative disorders requiring immediate professional intervention and specialized treatment. The contemporary spiritual bypassing and extreme non-dual movements occasionally employ methodologies similar to void-seeking when they promote complete elimination of individual identity, systematic rejection of personal boundaries and individual needs, and ideological frameworks that interpret psychological breakdown and loss of normal personality function as spiritual advancement, rather than recognizing that healthy spiritual development should enhance rather than destroy individual psychological functioning and personal identity. Therapeutic communities and consciousness expansion programs sometimes cross into dangerous territory when they employ systematic elimination of individual identity, deliberate breakdown of normal personality structure, and promotion of dissociative states as therapeutic goals, rather than recognizing that effective therapy should strengthen healthy ego function and individual identity, rather than systematically destroying the psychological structure necessary for normal human functioning. Social media has created new forms of competitive consciousness elimination, where individuals document increasingly extreme meditation practices and systematic ego destruction while receiving validation from online communities that celebrate personality breakdown and loss of individual consciousness as demonstrations of spiritual advancement, rather than recognizing these as potentially dangerous forms of psychological self-harm that may require professional intervention. Even mainstream meditation and mindfulness practices occasionally cross into void-seeking territory when they promote complete elimination of individual identity, systematic rejection of personal boundaries and individual needs, and ideological frameworks that interpret normal ego function and individual identity as inherently problematic, rather than recognizing that healthy spiritual practice should integrate rather than eliminate individual consciousness and personal identity. Void-seeking created the most catastrophic and irreversible psychological damage documented in any form of spiritual practice, systematically destroying every aspect of human consciousness, individual identity, and personal functioning, while creating permanent states that were indistinguishable from severe dissociative disorders, catatonic conditions, and persistent vegetative states that required lifelong care, while providing no evidence of beneficial spiritual transformation or enhanced human functioning. The systematic elimination of memory, personality, and individual identity produced complete psychological destruction that made normal human functioning impossible. Successful void seekers lost all capacity for independent thought, emotional response, social interaction, and basic decision-making, while requiring constant external care for survival, feeding, hygiene, and basic life maintenance that demonstrated complete elimination of human autonomy and individual agency. The deliberate induction of persistent dissociative states created permanent alterations to brain function and consciousness that prevented recognition of self, others, or environmental reality. Void seekers who achieved their goals of complete self-elimination displayed no evidence of individual awareness, personal identity, or human consciousness, while maintaining only basic biological functions that kept them technically alive without any demonstrable psychological or spiritual benefit from their achieved state of systematic consciousness destruction. Perhaps most tragically, the complete elimination of individual will and personal agency made void seekers completely vulnerable to exploitation, abuse, and neglect, while removing any capacity for self-protection, resistance, or communication about their needs or experiences, creating conditions where systematic abuse could occur without detection or resistance from individuals who had deliberately destroyed their ability to recognize or respond to harmful treatment. The permanent nature of successful void-seeking meant that practitioners who achieved their goals of complete self-elimination could never recover their human consciousness, individual identity, or personal functioning, making their spiritual achievement indistinguishable from permanent psychiatric disability that required lifelong institutional care, while providing no evidence of enhanced spiritual capacity or beneficial transformation that justified the complete destruction of their human potential. Children who grew up in communities that celebrated void-seeking developed severely distorted understanding of normal psychological development, individual identity, and healthy spiritual practice, often viewing systematic consciousness elimination and personality destruction as spiritually superior to normal human psychological functioning, while developing increased risk of dissociative disorders and identity confusion that could affect their mental health throughout their lives. The normalization of systematic consciousness elimination and deliberate personality destruction within religious contexts created cultural vulnerabilities that made populations more accepting of psychological manipulation and systematic mental health destruction, while discouraging recognition and treatment of dissociative disorders, identity disturbances, and other psychological conditions that could benefit from professional intervention rather than religious interpretation that framed psychological breakdown as spiritual advancement. Void-seeking also established the most dangerous possible psychological template for spiritual practice by promoting the complete elimination of human consciousness and individual identity as the ultimate spiritual goal, creating religious cultures that viewed normal psychological functioning, individual identity, and personal agency as obstacles to spiritual development, rather than recognizing these as essential aspects of healthy human functioning that should be enhanced rather than destroyed through spiritual practice. Modern individuals who attempt to recreate void-seeking experiences often exhibit the most severe psychological damage patterns documented in spiritual practice, including chronic dissociation, identity confusion, persistent depersonalization, complete loss of individual agency and decision-making capacity, and permanent psychological damage that requires lifelong care while providing no evidence of beneficial spiritual transformation or enhanced human functioning that could justify the systematic destruction of normal consciousness and individual identity. The Void Seekers believed that erasing their humanity would make them divine, but they actually discovered that systematic consciousness destruction and deliberate personality elimination create permanent psychological damage that serves no spiritual purpose except to provide religious authorities with living proof that faith can convince people to destroy themselves completely while calling it enlightenment. These weren't transcendent mystics achieving ultimate spiritual union. They were dissociation victims whose systematic psychological self-destruction was celebrated as religious achievement by observers who profited from promoting human consciousness elimination as the highest possible expression of spiritual devotion and divine love. If this final descent into spiritual self-annihilation has made you realize how easily the desire for transcendence can be perverted into systematic psychological suicide disguised as ultimate spiritual achievement, smash that like button and tell us in the comments which form of spiritual reclusion from our entire series disturbed you most and why these practices continue to influence modern spiritual and therapeutic movements. Share this entire series with anyone who needs to understand how spiritual seeking can become systematic self-destruction when it's divorced from basic human wisdom about psychological health and the value of individual consciousness. And don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification bell, because understanding the dark history of spiritual reclusion is the first step toward ensuring that our desire for meaning and transcendence enhances rather than destroys our human potential and psychological well-being. Thank you for joining us on this journey through the shadows of spiritual extremism, and remember, true spiritual growth should make us more human, not less.